Hello everyone. A warm welcome to the Global Power Platform Bootcamp 2025. It's wonderful to be celebrating our 6th year of this amazing event happening all around the world. First of all, a big thank you to our incredible community, our organizers, speakers, volunteers, and of course, all of you attending today. Your passion and support is what makes this event so special.
We would also like to express our heartfelt gratitude to Microsoft for their continued support to the Power Platform community, and a special thanks to our global sponsor, Upsoids, for helping make this event possible across so many locations. And a big thanks to our local sponsors for the generous support in bringing the event to life in your city.
It's truly inspiring to see people from all over the world come together to learn, share, and connect. Whether you're attending in person or online, today is about celebrating the power of community and technology.
The Global Power Platform Bootcamp has become more than just an event. It's a tradition built on collaboration and learning. And it's all thanks to you, our amazing community.
So let's enjoy the sessions, share ideas, and make some new connections. Enjoy the 6th Global Power Platform Bootcamp. Let's make this one the best yet.
Hi everybody, my name is Ryan Cunningham. I lead the Power Platform Intelligent Applications Product and Engineering team here at Microsoft, and I'm thrilled to be helping kick off yet another Global Power Platform Bootcamp. This is such a special digital event around the world, and since it started in 2019, has really been one of the many key engines driving the growth and evolution of the platform. In that, 5 or 6 years, we've seen just a huge shift from simple individual one at a time projects to a sophisticated platform being used at enterprise scale. And we are right now in the middle of yet another shift, moving from what low code used to mean, just drag and drop and point and click, to really intelligent applications and automations and agents built themselves with intelligence. And that is changing the world. The principal analyst for low code at Forrester Research just a couple months ago published a blog post and said, look, we think this changes the entire future of business software. We think a lot of things that are currently SaaS projects or bespoke full stack code get reinvented on generative low code platforms. And that is exactly the platform we're working with here in Power Platform. Helping build a future where companies generate exactly what they need. Specialized agents, intelligent applications, intelligent automation on a fully managed platform. And that creates a massive amount of opportunity for learning, for imagination, and for all of our careers. It is time to really rethink a lot of existing SaaS products, a lot of existing legacy systems, and a lot of things that aren't even software today at all. So thank you for doing what you do. Thank you for being bold and forward thinking about the future, for investing your time and energy and expertise with each other in an event like this. I cannot wait to see what comes out of it next. Take care.
Hello everyone. A warm welcome to the Global Power Platform Bootcamp 2025. It's wonderful to be celebrating our 6th year of this amazing event, happening all around the world. First of all, a big thank you to our incredible community, our organizers, speakers, volunteers, and of course, all of you attending today. Your passion and support is what makes this event so special.
We would also like to express our heartfelt gratitude to Microsoft for their continued support to the Power Platform community, and a special thanks to our global sponsor, Upzoids, for helping make this event possible across so many locations. And a big thanks to our local sponsors for the generous support in bringing the event to life in your city.
It's truly inspiring to see people from all over the world come together to learn, share, and connect. Whether you're attending in person or online, today is about celebrating the power of community and technology.
The Global Power Platform Bootcamp has become more than just an event. It's a tradition built on collaboration and learning. And it's all thanks to you, our amazing community.
So let's enjoy the sessions, share ideas, and make some new connections. Enjoy the 6th Global Power Platform Bootcamp. Let's make this one the best yet.
Hi everybody, my name is Ryan Cunningham. I lead the Power Platform Intelligent Applications Product and Engineering team here at Microsoft, and I'm thrilled to be helping kick off yet another Global Power Platform Bootcamp. This is such a special digital event around the world, and since it started in 2019, has really been one of the many key engines driving the growth and evolution of the platform. In that, 5 or 6 years, we've seen just a huge shift from simple individual one at a time projects to a sophisticated platform being used at enterprise scale. And we are right now in the middle of yet another shift, moving from what low code used to mean, just drag and drop and point and click, to really intelligent applications and automations and agents built themselves with intelligence. And that is changing the world. You know, the principal analyst for low code at Forrester Research just a couple months ago published a blog post and said, look, we think this changes the entire future of business software. You know, we think a lot of things that are currently SaaS projects or bespoke full stack code get reinvented on generative low code platforms. And that is exactly the platform we're working with here in Power Platform. You know, helping build a future where companies generate exactly what they need. Specialized agents, intelligent applications, intelligent automation on a fully managed platform. And that creates a massive amount of opportunity for learning, for imagination, and for all of our careers. You know, it is time to really rethink a lot of existing SaaS products, a lot of existing legacy systems, and a lot of things that aren't even software today at all. So thank you for doing what you do. Thank you for being bold and forward thinking about the future, for investing your time and energy and expertise with each other in an event like this. I cannot wait to see what comes out of it next. Take care.
Welcome, everyone, and welcome to the Global Power Platform Bootcamp 2025. There are about 70 bootcamps that's happening worldwide. Now, whether you are a first-time maker or a seasoned pro, you're part of this incredible community. It's a community of makers, innovators, developers, and they all are so passionate about building solutions that are truly transforming human experiences and business processes. But first, I want to start by saying thank you. Thank you to our organizers, volunteers, and speakers. Your passion, your dedication is what makes this event so popular and so successful. So we so appreciate you. But first, as builders, we are in the midst of this massive AI platform shift, and we are so fortunate because these foundational models have some incredible capabilities. It can generate text and code and images. It has multimodality capabilities, and it can now also reason and plan and run business processes autonomously. So imagine what we can do as Power Platform brings these foundational model capabilities in a very secure way, so we can build these agentic solutions, automate processes with Microsoft Copilot Studio and Power Automate, build intelligent experiences and applications using Power Apps, and powerful analytics dashboard with intelligent insights using Power BI. Now, with Power Platform's agentic and AI capabilities, you get agility, you get predictability, but also peace of mind with security, scale, and compliance built in. So this is a chance to experiment, learn, level up with Power Platform's capability and build some incredible solutions. But please don't stop there. Keep the momentum going. Let's join the Power Platform community. Also, take the Applied Skills Challenge at AKAMS GPPB 25 Challenge. Let's make this an unforgettable experience. We'll keep learning, building, and keep creating breakthrough solutions. Enjoy the bootcamp.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Global Power Platform Bootcamp 2025. happening live in Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. I want to welcome us all, and I believe that today is going to be wonderful. Today is going to be exceptional. We have a lot of wonderful speakers from different parts of the world. We have speakers from Nigeria. We have speakers from Ontario, Canada. We have a speaker from London, United Kingdom. And they are all coming together with loads of experiences. They are going to dish out a lot of demo on how you can use different Power Platforms applications, on how you can upskill, on how you can learn and create a map on how to start the Power Platform journey. The Power Platform journey for me personally has been very interesting. I started with Power BI several years ago, and Power BI has been an unending learning journey for me because I've been learning a lot. I've been doing a lot with Power BI. And I also have a lot of Power BI friends around the world. So there's that community where you can share ideas, where you can ask questions, where someone can always dedicate their time to show you one or two things that might help you in your job or in your career. So it has been fun. Back home in Nigeria, I was part of those organizing the Global Platform Bootcamp in Ibadan City, in Oyo State. Now, this is the first Global Power Platform Bootcamp in Winnipeg, Canada. We started this user group, the Winnipeg Power Platform user group, last year, October, out of the passion to evangelize Power Platform in Manitoba, Canada, and also a way of bringing awareness to people to see the different opportunities in the Power Platform space, the Power Platform ecosystem. I'm going to be sharing a little slide with us to just show us the program and the event for today and the schedule for today. Uh, it's going to be fun. It's going to be interesting. So once again, I welcome you all to this Global Power Platform Bootcamp 2025. And also, we have a lot of people joining us from different parts of the world. They are all here to listen to the speakers, to see what we are here to do. A big thank you to the sponsors of this event, Upzoid and Microsoft. Okay, this program, this event, this bootcamp that you are currently on is a bootcamp that is, it happens in different cities of the world around the globe, in Asia, in Africa, in North America, South America, Europe, and the other different continents, right? So we have different centers. The one you are currently on now is hosted by the Winnipeg Power Platform user group, a wonderful user, a winning user group. Okay, this is the Winnipeg community leads. Benga Adeyemo, that is me. I'm a Microsoft certified trainer, and I'm also a senior data analyst. And I also have my co-lead, Oyediran, okay, who is also a data analyst. If you want to interact on social media, you want to drop your comments, you can always scan the barcode on the screen to drop your comments about the events on different social media platforms like YouTube, Twitter, or what is now called X, Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. You can go to the Winnipeg Power Platform user group page also and drop your comments about today's events. Okay, the Winnipeg Power Platform user group. So what you see on the screen is a screenshot of our community page or community group page on the Power Platform community, the Microsoft Power Platform community page. When you type Winnipeg, you're going to see Winnipeg Power Platform user group. You can join the group via the Power Platform community page. There's a barcode on your right. You can scan that barcode and it takes you to this page for you to join us. Come and share your ideas, for you to be a member of the Winnipeg Power Platform user group. Also, we have a YouTube page. The barcode on your right, you can also scan that that will take you to the YouTube page. We share we do a lot of general sections where we invite different speakers from different parts of the world on different topics pertaining to Power Platform. And we have a dedicated YouTube page for that. So On our YouTube page, you will see different videos that you can watch to learn one or two about Power Platform, either Power BI or Power Automate or Power Apps. Everything is on our YouTube page. Now, this is our schedule for today. Our first speaker is going to come up now. His name is Obong Efyong Okon. He's going to demo something for us on Microsoft Copilot Studio. His topic is create and embed Copilot agents in Canvas app and Microsoft Teams. Also, we have Abolomokwe Bilikis Olayinka, who's going to talk to us about Power Automate, and you will see the wonders of Power Automate, automating employee birthday wishes with Power Automate. Also, we have Michael Adeyeye, who is a senior business intelligence engineer. He's going to talk to us about Power BI for advanced analytics and how Power BI can be used for automation and for time intelligence. We also have the great MVP, the name of Abiola David, who is a Microsoft and Excel MVP. He's going to talk to us today about data engineering on Fabric SQL database. We have the Dynamics 365 guru, that's in the person of Ahmed Abdusalam. He's also going to take us through how to revolutionize business operations across sales, services, and finance with Dynamics 365 Business Central. We have Choma Okafor, who is going to take us through Power BI on how we can use advanced Power BI visuals to elevate data storytelling in Power BI. We have Edison Ibekwe, who's going to take us through Power Apps, and he'll take us through how Power Apps can transform business processes. Now, this is Ebong Ufyong. I want to thank all the speakers for dedicating their time, even in their busy schedule, to be here today, to create that time for for them to show us some of the Power Platform different use cases, and this can be a career change for somebody. For somebody who has been thinking of crossing to tech, or who is interested in doing tech, this might be a chance for you to learn, and this might be the starting point for you. So we have Ebong who's going to come on in just 3 minutes to come and start dishing out, wealth of knowledge. We have Bidikis Olomokpe, Abolomokpe, we have Michael Adeyeye, David Abiola, Ahmed Abdusalam, we have Choma Okafo, we have Edise. Now, you can join the Global Power Platform Bootcamp Learning Challenge, which is a barcode. You can just pick up your phone now and scan this barcode. In a few seconds, you are going to, or you can just take a snapshot of this. Then you can go to the website and join the learning challenge. If you have any questions at any point or in the sections, you can always use the raise hand. You can always click the raise hand button at any time for you to be able to ask any questions, or maybe you can even wait for the speaker to finish their whole presentation before you can ask questions. Now enjoy the rest of the events. So now I'm going to call on Ubong Efyong. Are you there?
Yes,
Ubong?
Benga, I'm here.
Oh,
Hello,
thank
can you
you
hear
so
me?
much. You can share your video now so that
All right.
people can see you.
So I think the video option and the sharing is disabled. Maybe you just turn on from your side.
Oh my. Okay, you can continue sharing your screen. I will tell you when you can turn on the video.
Also, that is disabled. Maybe you can enable that first. The
Okay,
sharing.
I need to enable that also. Oh my. Just give me 1 minute. Should be able to sort that out now. Let me allow you share. Okay, so I just made you a presenter now.
Oh, okay, thank you.
You should be able to share your screen and maybe turn on your video also, if possible.
All right, so kindly confirm you can see my screen.
Yes, your screen is clear.
I think let me turn on my video yet.
Okay.
Okay, give me a second. All right, so this is the face. Hello, everyone. Please, you will permit me to turn it off so my laptop does not hang badly.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
No problem. Thank you.
All right. Okay, for want of time, I will not spend much time on introduction. However, I would just say it's a pleasure to be here. My name is Subon Okun. I'm a senior power platform engineer with one of the leading technology firm in Nigeria. I specialize in building enterprise applications with local technology. All right, so today we'll be looking at how we can create and embed Copilot agents in Canvas app and Microsoft Teams. As we already know, AI is the new trend right now, and we'll be looking at how we can leverage Copilot in Power Platform. Also, we'll be looking at why Copilot in Power Platform and why do we even need to embed Copilot in Canvas app and Teams? We'll dive into demo, and if you have any question thereafter, you'll be free to ask me. All right. So, like I said, today we'll be exploring how to create and embed a Copilot agent in Canvas app and Microsoft Teams. With AI-driven automation becoming a game changer, integrating Copilot into our apps, you will agree with me, is one of the smartest move any organization would like to make. Why? Because it helps improve productivity as well as decision making. Now, why AI-powered assistant? Someone might want to ask, why do we even need to use chatbots in our applications? Now, the thing is, when we talk about AI powered applications, it helps in three different ways. One is it enhances the app development, and also it helps in streamlining automation as well as providing business insights. Now, what you expect from this session is two things: how to create your own Copilot agent, and two, how do you bring it into your Canvas app? Like I already said, I'm a Power Platform developer. So when you develop an application, you need a way of making that application to be intelligent. We call it intelligent application, to be fast, to be reliable, and so on. How do you now bring that AI that you've created on Copilot Studio into your application? And two is, how do you also bring it on Microsoft Teams? We already know, if you're familiar with the M365 ecosystem, you understand that Microsoft Teams is a hub where collaboration takes place. You have your OneDrive. Every application is there on Microsoft Teams. And I'm very sure Microsoft already had in mind why they built it that way. To avoid distraction, you don't even need to move out of Microsoft Teams to go and access a file or to go and solve the web or anything. So when you are building Copilot, it's also important to bring it on that same space. All right, so what is Copilot in Power Platform? Please, at any point, if I'm very fast, Benga, you try to alert me. I'm trying to keep up with the time that was given to me. All right, so what is Copilot in Power Platform? First off, I would say Copilot in Power Platform is an AI-driven assistant that enhances the application through different ways, helping user inputs and how the system respond to that user input, and in turn, how that imputed data automate your workflows. All right, so now the question is, how is AI-powered assistant transforming business operation? Before now, you find out that what we used to have in Microsoft Power Platform was just Power BI, Power Apps, Power Automate, Power Pages. And over here, you see something called AI Builder. But that AI Builder has been replaced with the Copilot. Some people might likely call it Power Virtual Agent. Now we call it the Microsoft Copilot Studio. All right. So the game changing here is that it is bringing in your natural language. You can build chatbots with just typing words. You can just type words and your words will jump into action. All right. So this beyond using low code, beyond writing formulas, you can just use your own natural language and tell the AI how and what to do. All right. So why embed Copilot in Canvas app and Teams? I already mentioned this. First is seamless user experience. Now, seamless user experience in the sense that once I'm done with this particular slide, I'll show you what I mean by seamless user experience. You don't want a situation whereby you're trying to get information, you are going out of the application that you are using to source for that information. You want it on that same application. That's one of the reasons. Now, increased efficiency and productivity was when I made mention of Teams, Microsoft Teams as a hub. Microsoft want everything to be on Teams. Your OneDrive is on Teams. The channels are on Teams. So you don't need to go to WhatsApp to chat your employee or to chat your colleague at the office to send you a file. Everything you need is right there on Teams. So this is one of the reasons why embedding your Copilot is necessary. All right. So we'll go into the demo. So over here, we have my Copilot Studio. How you can access Copilot Studio, once you go to Copilot, https copilotstudio.microsoft.com. If you don't have an account already, all you need to do is sign in. Why you are seeing me here with my environment is because I already have Copilot agents that I've already created and it's working. A good example is this, the Gym application inquiry agent that I created for this application. Now, I made mention of seamless integration. I had this application with just the contact us. So the prospective user, all they need to do is type in their name, their email, as well as the message and send to the Gym administrator. But that was not a seamless integration. That did not make the app seamless. Why? Because the information that you are trying to get from the admin, you have to maybe wait for this. And mind you, it might not just be one person that is asking for information. The Gym might have like 20 prospective users. So imagine a situation whereby you are building a system to help the employee in a way, but at the same time, it's not solving the problem. Because right now, if 20 persons are making inquiries here, it means that the employee will have to respond to 20 persons. However, if you build a chatbot that handle their inquiries, so what I did was build a chatbot that handle their inquiries, that once you click on the live chat, you don't even need to wait to message the admin to get a response. When you click on this live chat, you can go ahead and type. So what I did was I embedded in a Power BI tile. So it will bring up an interface for the Copilot. So the user will be able to interact. All right. So let's give it a few seconds. All right, so it's loading. So what I did here was I built a Copilot that will handle your inquiries. You don't have to message the admin or the customer rep for a minor issue. Let's say, for instance, you want to ask for information about the Gym, maybe do the Gym offer additional services. All those informations are already available, probably in their documentation somewhere. So all I needed to do was leverage on that documentation, build a Copilot whereby a user comes in and just type in their prompt and send, and the AI assistant generate the response fast and seamless. So this was the seamless integration I was talking about. All right, so enough of too many grammars. I'll just go ahead and demo. So for today, I'm going to build HR policy assistant. So in a different organization, you agree with me that the human resource management have a key role to play. And one of the things that is very important for onboarding and maybe post onboarding of employees is the the policy of the company. And most of these policies, we have it in either Word documents, you can have it in PDF, or probably it's there on SharePoint. So why do we have to probably bring in the employee for 3 days, 5 days in a week to train them on that policy when they can just call up? Even after you train the employee, trust me, if you ask me, there are some policies that I was told when I joined my company that if you ask me right now, I might not remember. But if I have a co-pilot assistant that I can just call up, what does this say to this? And I'll get feedback. That would be perfect. So right now, we just go ahead to create our Copilot agents. So like I said, copilotstudio.microsoft.com. If you don't have an account, you will see a place to sign up. Once you sign up, you will see this interface. All right, so from here, why I have this is because I already have Copilot agents created. But for you, you can just come in here and click on create. You see the new agent interface where you can create a new agent. You can also leverage on templates. So the good thing about Microsoft is that majority of the Microsoft services that are rolled out, Microsoft will give you predefined templates that you can customize to fit your need. So let's say, for instance, we're trying to build a Copilot agent that speaks to maybe journey management, travel. You can see it here, safe travel. So all you need to do is click on this thing and customize it to suit your own need. So right now, I can see another one here, IT help desk. So if I was trying to build a Copilot that speaks to maybe customer support, IT queries, I don't even need to start from scratch to build anyone. I have to like click here and leverage on what is already. So I'll just click on this to show for example. So if I should click on that, you see that this was already pre-built. All you need to do is customize it to fit your needs. All right, you can see the instruction that the Copilot is supposed to do and every other thing. So all you need to do is set up your connection, add your own knowledge, and you are good to go. However, we'll go back. I want to create from scratch. So I'll click on there. I'll give my Copilot a name, HR assistant. All right, so over here, you can change an icon. Now, changing of icon, you can either add an image of your choice. However, for today, I don't have any image. I'll just skip that. If you have an image, you can add, and you go ahead to add description. So for want of time, I already had predefined descriptions and instructions that I wanted to feed to my Copilot agent. So I saved it on a Word document. I'll just call it up. So I generated this with the Copilot on Word. All I needed to do was type in, I want to create HR assistant, Copilot agent. Can you give me description and instruction for my Copilot agent? And it generated these 4 pages for me. So I'll just copy and paste. So for description, this is the description of the AI I'm trying to create. Why I'm showing you this is so you know that it's simple. In 10 minutes, you can have your Copilot agent up. So I've copied it. I'll just preview what I did. So the overview, all I'm saying here is the HR assistant Copilot agent is this. I'm trying to like tell the Copilot Studio, this is what I want. And at this point, I want to post and emphasize that if you are maybe a developer that likes ignoring description, because trust me, I'm one of them. When I create maybe on Power Apps or Power Automate, whenever I see description is not important, I jump over. This is where you have an issue. Copilot leverage on every single detail that you give to it. So descriptions are very important. You have to always give it something to get back something. All right. So I already looked at this, so it was okay. But for you, you can refine it anyhow you want it till it suits your need. Okay, I will go ahead to copy the instruction that I'm trying to make the Copilot agent do. I'll go back to this was the instruction. You can see access and authentication. I want my users to log in first before they have access. I'll show you on the settings how that is made possible. So nobody can log in onto your Copilot without having that access. Sorry, I don't think I copied that. Let's copy it again. All right. Go back to my Copilot and I'll paste it. So this is the instruction I'm trying to fit to it. So on getting started, what I want is the user must first of all log in. And customization, define it's just plenty stories right now. These are not important, but I'm just trying to tell you that you can give any instruction that you want. Now, this is where it gets interesting. The knowledge on Copilot Studio happens to be where the data sources or the information that you want the Copilot to feed on. In my case, I have a Word document that I'm going to give to it. Beyond the Word document, you can also feed Copilot with public website, as long as it's trusted website. Note, it has to be trusted website because whatever you are giving to the Copilot agent, that's what it's going to give to your user. So it must be information that is trusted. All right, so I'll click on. So most times, if it's you're building this for organization, sometimes it's advisable that you skip the public website, except is your own company website that you are getting the information from. If it's an external source that you don't trust, you have to skip this adding a public website. All right. You can go ahead and also add SharePoint. You can also add Dataverse. Currently, Dataverse is still on preview, but however, you can use SharePoint. All right. So over here, sorry. Okay. I'll just need to create this. I'll come back to edit that. So my Copilot agent is currently set up. You give it few seconds, it should be up. Then I'll go back to add my knowledge source. All right. So right now, over here, you can see overview, the name of my Copilot agent, the description that I gave, as well as the instruction. Yours can be more than this. Now, this is something else I want to either enable or disable the orchestration. Do you want Copilot to use generative AI to determine how best to respond to user? Generative AI means probably based on the prompt of your user, Copilot should be able to determine the kind of answer that they give to that person. I want to turn it on. I like the generative response because it makes my Copilot intelligent enough. Yeah. So I'll just turn it on. I'll enable it. So right now, I'll go ahead to add my knowledge source. The first time it was not enabled, this click to browse was not enabled. Probably it wanted me to save the Copilot agent first. And also my database was not enabled. So right now you can add database table. You can add your SharePoint, public sites, and also a local file that you have on your device. So I have this folder, and I also have a file with Glimpse Technology. So it just this is not the company's name. I just formulated this name, Glimpse Technology. So Glimpse Technology, this is their HR policy that I want to take. So I'll click on Add. All right. So you can see description also. Please don't ignore. Can go ahead and all right. I think Copilot already specified this for me. So you can see this knowledge source is information contained in Glimpse technology. So yeah, this description is okay for me. So I'll just go ahead and click on add. Wait for a few seconds for the file to be uploaded. You can add more than one file sources. All right, so over here, you can see the knowledge source that I've fed my Copilot. You can go ahead and add more, and you can as well add public website. However, I don't have public website for this particular company that I'm generating, so I'll just leave it at that. You have other actions that you can perform. That's adding action and triggers. So now, what's the difference between action and trigger? Now, an action is what do you want Copilot to do when a prompt is imputed on it. So let's say, for example, I want Copilot to send an email when a particular action happens. This is where you get to add different actions. However, because of time, I will not do that now. So you can add different actions here. If you click on this drop down, you can even connect it to Power Automate. You can connect it to external connectors. You can do several things at this point. So for triggers, now triggers is when a particular thing happens, Copilot do this. That's the difference. So action is what do you want the Copilot to do? Trigger is something has happened, Copilot behave this way. So that's the simplest way I can explain it. Action is Copilot, I want you to do this. Trigger is when something happens, Copilot behave this way. All right. So I'll just leave action and trigger because I'm trying to build a very simple Copilot. I don't want it to be complex. So with this, you can see on this right-hand side, I can test my agent. You can see the prompt, hello, I'm HR assistant, blah, blah, blah. I can customize this to fit how I want. So now, aside from the overview, you can navigate to all those places that I went to, like the knowledge, and add more information. Now, there's something I need to point out that is very important. That's topics. Topics happens to be how you configure the Copilot agent to behave. Like you can see it here, conversational start. How do you want your Copilot to start? Like right now, you can see hello. So I'm just going to work on this. After this program, you can go ahead and play with the rest. All right, so right now, what you can see is, hello, I'm HR assistant, a very long text. However, I don't want it to be this long. All I need to do is come to this conversation start. I'll click on it and I'll edit it. So right now, you can see, hello, the bot name, as well as all that information. So all I need to do is just edit this to the way I want. I just want it to give me the name, a virtual assistant, and I don't want all this other information. So I'll just, sorry, going again. All right. So I just want to add, how can I help you? And save. Once I click out, you see the option to save. You can save it. You can make this nicer than this. All right. So if I refresh this, can you see the conversation starts, changes from what we had before to hello, I'm HR assistant, a virtual agent, sorry, a virtual assistant. How can I help you? All right. So for topics is where you configure the behavior of the Copilot agent to suit your need. All right, we already talked about actions, activities. Let's give it a few seconds. All right, so currently I don't have any activity. Activity has to do with the different things that you did while using the Copilot agent. You get to see display of your activities, just like the name implies, activities. So analytics is just graphical representation of all the data. All right, so for channels is where you can deploy these Copilot to. But before we go to channels, you can see a warning here that I need to enable something. That's the authentication from the settings. So before we deploy this, my Copilot agent that I created, I can go to settings. Now, right here, you can see, you can as well change your icon over here. However, that's not important. What is important for me is I want to go to security. So for security, what I need to do is on the authentication, you have three options here. Now, what I chose was that I need the user to be authenticated. So once you are signed into your Microsoft account, it syncs, a single sign in. So once you are signed in, you can use the Microsoft Copilot. If I click on this, authenticate manually, means every time you want to use this particular Copilot, you need to sign in. This no authentication means don't require signing. Anybody that have access can use it, but it's not advisable. That's why you see this sign. I just needed to show that. All right. So I'll go back to channels. I'll first of all deploy it on Teams. So if I should click here, okay, before I deploy, I need to publish my Copilot agent. So I click on publish. I'll wait for a few seconds to a minute for it to finish publishing. All right, so you can see the prompt that my Copilot has been published, and I'll click on Teams. Once I click on Teams, you see the option to turn on Teams. I'll go ahead to turn on Teams. So from here, I can add the Copilot straight to my Microsoft Teams. Over here, you can see availability options. If I click on availability options, it's just giving you, do you want to copy the link? Do you want to share it? Do you want to manage who sees it in your organization and or whatnot? However, what's important to me is I just want to take it to Teams directly. So I'll click on Open Agent. I'm going to sign in on the web. I don't want it to have access to my Teams on desktop. So right now you can see the HR assistant that I created, overview, and several other features. Now you can go back and edit all these things on your Microsoft Copilot Studio. But for now, I just want to add it to my Teams. If I add it, you get a prompt that it has been added successfully. Do I want to open it? Yes. Click on open, and you get the conversation starts by the Copilot. All right. So we'll wait for, it's not supposed to take this long. Let's just give it a few seconds. Okay. Basic information on the HR policy. Okay, I think it was network issue, so it's up. I'll just copy this and paste again. All right, so right now, you can see, I apologize, the delay, all these delays caused by network. All right, but you can see it generating information for me based on the prompt that I gave. The HR policy of a particular company aligns this and that. It gives you everything. So you can go, I can go ahead and continue this conversation as long as possible. However, because I want to leave it for some other person, I'll just show you how to bring this into Power Apps. So we've done bringing it into Microsoft Teams. So now, how do you even access it on Microsoft Teams? You can pin it. Over here, you can see if I click on pin, I can pin it, I can uninstall it, I can block bots, I can do every other thing on Microsoft Teams. Now, let's go back to Power Apps. On Power Apps, I'll just open Power Apps and click on a blank. I'll just quickly create a blank screen and add this. Now, there are two different ways that you can add. Currently, there are two different ways that you can add your Copilot agent on Power Apps. Before now, like I think a year ago, we had a very good way of adding it, but it was on previewed mode. I don't know why Microsoft took it off. That was, we had a component called Copilot, whereby once you bring in Copilot, all you need to do is export, deploy your Copilot agent in there, and it works. But Microsoft took out that control. So, right, let me just quickly do this. HR policy. I'll create my app. Just give it a few seconds for it to load. I apologize for the slight network glitch. So let me create it again. HR app. Okay. Thankfully, this is coming up now. So we have a new app, a blank screen that I want to use to display these. We just screen one. All right, so first off, I want to use method one, that is bringing in Microsoft Copilot agent using the Power BI tile. Since we don't have a direct method of bringing in the Copilot as we speak right now, one is to either redirect a user outside the app. However, I prefer using the Microsoft BI tile. Now, for the Microsoft BI tile, what I need to do is go back to my Copilot Studio. All I need is, you can see the custom website. You can click on there. So when you click on the custom website, sorry, I need the link. I think this is turned off based on, so when you authenticate, when you ask the user to authenticate, this is turned off. So I'll just go back to my settings and choose the public, because I need to get that link, no authentication. All right. So if I come back to public website, over here, you can see the link and click on copy, go back to my Power BI, like I said, this is one of the methods. We have several methods. Some persons use HTML text, but you can also use Power BI tile. You can also launch the app outside the Power Apps by clicking on the button. I'm going to show two of it and leave the floor for some other person. Give it a second for my Power BI to load. Apologies for people that are not in Nigeria. Sometimes we face these network issues. All right. So right now I'm on my Power BI, and over here you can see my space, workspace. So all I need to do is click on my workspace, come down here to new item, click on new item. You see the option dashboard. If it's not turned on, this is how you can turn it on, but we'll not dwell on that. HR assistant, I'll give you the name. Click on create. Now, add a tile, web content. Why are we choosing web content? Because of that URL that I copied. Now, I can leave it blank. I can still give it a name, HR assistant, and on here, this is where you paste your code. Okay. Display. All right. Once you paste your code, you can see it already displayed here. But I'm having error. We'll sort that out later. Click on apply. Now the error that we have currently there will be due to the authentication issue on Power Apps, but the authentication issue on Copilot Studio, but we can always sort that out. This is what I want on my Power Apps. So once I have this, all I need to do is go back to Power Apps, add my Power BI tile. So once you add Power BI tile, you see the option of connecting to your workspace. Over here, you can see the two agents that I have. This is the gym app that I created. This is the one that I created today, HR assistant. I picked that, pick the HR assistant. You can clearly see it displayed here. So at this point, you can, if you are a Power Apps developer, you can go ahead and customize it to the design that you want. But this is how the first method of how you can bring in your HR assistant into your app. Now, the second method is through using the button. I can add a button. So all I need to do is when a user click on that button, it takes them out of the app. I can call it agent. All right, so on the on-start property of the button, all I need to do is click on launch and add that same URL. Sorry, this is not the URL I wanted. This is not the one. So I'll go back to Copilot Studio. This is the URL that I'm supposed to copy. The HTTP. Come back here. I need it to this point. Let me leave it. Sorry.
Let's go back to Copilot to be sure. Okay. Apologies. I'll just get this one instead. Come back to Copilot. Launch. This is giving me error, but I want you to launch this. So once you click on that link, once the user click on that button, it's supposed to take them to an interface where you interact with your Copilot. Now, let me explain why you're having this error. Why you're having this error is for Copilot agents that the authentication is turned on, that you have to sign in. It's not supported for public websites. It's only supported on Microsoft Teams. So when you're trying to bring in a public website, you always find an error here, but you can always go back to the settings and turn it off. That's what I wanted to say. That's all from my end. If you need more assistance on this, you can always reach out to me. I don't know if there are any questions I would like to answer so I can give time for another person to come up. I've already exhausted my time. Thank you very much for listening.
Wow, 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 wow. Thank you so much, Ubong. This is really exposing. This is really nice. I think some people have few questions for you before you go. So let me just read out a few of them. So somebody was asking that, can they do all of this with a developer account?
Yes, definitely. What you just saw there is my own Microsoft developer account here. You can do, it's free. It's free, yeah.
Oh, nice. Somebody was telling me that, somebody was asking rather if there's a way around not using a school or a work account.
Okay, so for now, how you'll even be able to access the Microsoft service packages is with a school and work account. So you cannot, I've tried it before, but I remember vividly that there's some M365 applications that you cannot access except with your work and school account. So it's not possible. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Adedam Oladibori has a question.
Okay, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, speaker. I'm sorry, I was just going to ask that. What kind of license do you need? Microsoft license do you need to use Microsoft Copilot?
So the license that you need, to the best of my understanding, what I demoed right now, it's a free trial. So I don't need license to learn and to build. However, for organization, you will need license. The normal M365, whether it's E3 or E5 license, you can use it. But to access Copilot, you need to pay. Copilot is a paid package, regardless of the license that you are using. I think it's per user. It's paid per user.
Okay, thank you. So when assuming I use a free trial and I build something, when my trial expires, will it still continue working?
So for now, there's no specific timeline for expiration of the trial. So I don't really have answer for that particular question, but I think as long as, what I know about Microsoft is, as long as it's not used for maybe commercial purpose, you're not selling it, you're building, you can have access to it for as long as possible. Yeah.
All right, thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. I don't know if there are any other questions.
Is there any other question from anyone? Okay, someone said, what if I have a school account, but cannot access the developer accounts? I think you need to clarify that part. Like some people don't understand developer accounts.
Okay, so Microsoft developer account right now, I think Microsoft, they don't allow people to create developer account anymore.
from the last time I checked. But what you can do is anybody that has developer account can create an account for you. So most of the times, what I do for people I'm close to is if you want to learn, all I need to do is to create account on my own environment and you can use to practice. So for now, creating a developer account, I think it's on hold. If you don't already have, the only option you need is to like go to somebody that have to create an account under their own environment for you. I don't know if that answers your question.
Okay. Bon, thank you so much. I saw the way you went to the Copilot studio, from there to Power Apps, from there to Power BI, and everything is just linking up to each other. That's one
Exactly.
wonderful thing about the Power Platform ecosystem. Everything links to each other. Very interesting. Thank you so much for that wonderful section.
Thank you, sir.
We'll be moving on to the next section where we have Bilkis Abolomope. Are you there, Bilkis?
Yes,
Are you
sir.
on the
Good
call?
evening, sir.
Good evening. Good evening. Please, you can introduce yourself. You can share your screen now. I've made you a presenter.
Okay.
Thank you.
Very much, sir. Okay, can you see my screen?
It's not coming out yet.
Oh, okay. Okay, right now.
Yes, it's coming up now.
Okay, sir.
So let me introduce
Thank you
Bilkis
very much.
in like few seconds. Bilkis Abolomope is a skilled Power Platform developer and a data analyst recognized for our expertise in crafting in-house business applications, streamlining business processes through automation, and interpreting valuable insight from business data derived through these applications. Commencing her journey as a Power Platform developer a year and some months ago, Bilkis has successfully developed and deployed applications that have enhanced ease in activities within the organization. As a self-taught Power Platform developer, Bilkis continually enhances her skills both technically and administratively, fueled by a genuine passion for the work she undertakes. Her commitment to ongoing development reflects in her ability to adapt and excel in an ever-evolving field. With an innate love for what she does, Bilkis envisions becoming an inspiring figure for aspiring developers in the Power Platform space. Her journey is not just a testament to her individual growth, but also serves as an encouragement for others entering the dynamic and innovative profession. Thank you very much, Bilkis. We appreciate you for taking your time out of your busy schedule to be here today to demo Power Automate. Some people have been waiting for this part a lot because they want to always find ways of automating different business processes. So thank you. You can take the floor now.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. My name is Bilkis Abolomope, and I will go on to my camera now so I can just continue. Okay. Okay, right here is Bilkis Abolomope. I am a Power Platform developer at one of the top tech firms in Nigeria and also a Microsoft Power Platform consultant. So I will be taking us today on how to automate employees' birthday wishes using Power Automate. Not only HR people can actually learn how to do this, and also just individuals like us, you can just learn this to automate your friend's birthday. Like someone like me, I actually forget some people's birthday, but it saves time, it saves energy, you automating this, and then they get this email right on time on their birthday. So on to the next. Okay, so what is Power Platform? Power Platform is a low-code, no-code tool that encompasses of different applications. We have Power Apps for app development. Power Apps can be used to build business applications. We have Power BI for analytics. We can use Power BI to analyze and visualize our data. We have Power Automate for automation. We can use this to automate manual processes. We have Power Virtual Agents, which is now known as Copilot, which the other presenter took us through. And we have Power Pages, which is used to build web pages. So right now, on to the next. Okay, so I'll be taking us through Power Automate today. And Power Automate is basically used to automate our business processes and also reduce our manual processes. So we have different types of Power Automate. We have the automated flow, we have the instant flow, and we have the scheduled flow. But for our session today, which is we trying to automate a birthday, which is we trying to automate an employee's birthday wish, we will be using a scheduled flow. And by scheduled flow is a flow that runs every day. Like it runs every day. You can make it to run every day. You can make it to run every minute. You can make it to run every second, even. I'm sorry, every year, even. That is once in a year. So now I'll be using Excel as my database, and I'll be using scheduled flow as a type of flow. So I'll go on to share my screen now. I'll go on to demo the session now. So now for us to be able to have access to Power Automate, you need to have your developer's account like Ubong explained earlier. And for you to be able to have this interface, all the URL you need to click on is just make.powerautomate.com. Type this into your URL space will bring you to this interface, which is Power Automate. And this is the home screen. This is the interface you see on the home screen. On click of this button, it takes you to a screen where you can create your flow. On templates, it takes you to a screen where you can see different available templates that you can use to create a flow. On click of learn, it takes you to a particular screen where you can also learn how to create a flow. And my flows take you to a particular screen where you can see the different type of flows you have created. But for today, I will be creating a new flow. So before I commence, I will show us what my Excel sheet looks like. That is the database I will be using for this session. So for example, let's say you are an HR person who has the responsibilities to always send birthday wishes to your employees on their birth dates. So imagine you have an Excel sheet where you store your employee names, their email addresses, their phone numbers, and their birth dates. And you have to open that Excel file every day to check, am I audible enough?
Yes, you are. Well, correct.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Okay. And you have to come onto the Excel file to check every day for an employee's birth dates. That can be very tiring. So what we are doing today is to just create a flow that will do all that voila for us. So right now, for example, this is my Excel file for an organization of just 6 employees. I have the employee's first name, last name, email address. And if you can see here, I am not using any email address that has to do with, I'm not using a Google account because I am doing this demo session is based on an employee's interaction. So I am using like a developer's account mail, which we are going to, I'm using developer's account mail. So you can also use a Gmail for this, but there are some things I want to explain and let us just go on. So the birth date also, I did not increase the year. You can also increase the year from your end, but I did not increase the year. So I am just using the dates and the month. So after you have this information, you have to convert your information to a table. So right now, this is a table in Excel. So there are other people too who knows SharePoint. You can also use SharePoint as a database, but I am just using Excel because most people are familiar with Excel. So I'll just be using Excel for as my database. And this Excel is stored in my OneDrive. So I'm using OneDrive as my storage. So going back to the flow, I'll be creating a scheduled flow. So the flow name, employee birthday wish, birth dates automation. So now I want my flow to run every day, and I want my flow to run by 8 a.m. 8 a.m. And I want it to start running from today henceforth. I also want the flow to run every day. So the flow can run every second, like I mentioned earlier, every minute, every hour, every week, every month. So, but I want my flow to run every day. So this flow will run every day. So I'll go on to create flow. So that which means this flow is going to run every day by 8 a.m. When it is 8 a.m., actually 8 a.m. has passed. But let's say I've created this flow like way before today. This flow would run 8 a.m. today, and the second time to run again is tomorrow by 8 a.m. So that is the meaning of this part. So let's go on to create this flow. So I don't like this new design. Okay. So right now in Power Automate, we have two options, which is the trigger and the action. So the trigger is like an event that starts something. An event that starts something. And also we have to note that if you are creating a flow, you can have only one trigger. So the trigger here is that when it is every day by 8 a.m., trigger this flow, which means this flow is not going to start running by 7 a.m. It is not going to run by 6 a.m. It will not run by 7:59 a.m. This flow would only run by 8 a.m. on a particular day. So when it is 8 a.m., that is a trigger for this flow to start running. So we would only have one trigger and we would have numerous actions. So an action is like different step that you want to happen in a that you want to happen in a flow. So after the trigger, we would have another action. We would have an action and numerous actions after that one. So right now, my trigger, this flow would run every day. The interval is 1 day. Show advanced options. Then I would convert it to my time zone, which is UTC +1. Okay. If I am too fast, you can pull me back, sir. Mr. Benga.
No, you're good. You're good.
Okay, sir. And
so you can just explain the parts of the different types of cloud flows that we have for them, so that they can understand.
Okay, sir. Okay, so on to that, we have the automated cloud flow, we have the instance flow, and we have the scheduled flow, like I said earlier. So the automated cloud flow, that one starts at, so let's say for example now, you want to always create a record in a database. That is my Excel sheet. So I am saying when the HR employee inputs a particular record in this Excel sheet, I want something to happen. So that is automated in the sense that it happens on start of okay. Automated cloud flow happens on start of a particular event. So it happens when an item is created in a particular database. So when the HR inputs a particular, let's say we have a new employee in the organization and the employee's name is imputed. So by automated cloud flow, when the employee's name is imputed, you want something to happen. So imputing an employee's name here or addition of a record, addition of a new row to this table will trigger something to happen. That is an automated cloud flow. Why instant cloud flow? Instant cloud flow happens when you tell something to happen. So automated happens on its own, which is by addition of a record. But instant is just like on click of a button. On click of a button in the sense that when, okay, what example can I use? On click of a button in the sense that, okay, so I want to send an email to somebody. So that email will not be sent let's say I have an application and I want to send an email to somebody. That email will not be sent until you act on it, until you click on something for that email to be sent. So there has to be a button on the application. On click of that button, that is when that event would happen. That is when that event will be triggered. Why scheduled flow? That one automatically on its own. It runs every day, every month on its own. Is that understood, sir? Am I audible enough?
Yes, you are. Just continue.
Okay. So now I've converted this to our time zone, and at this hours, earlier on, I picked that this flow should start running at 8 a.m. So I will go on to pick it again, 8 a.m., 8 o'clock. That's at this hours 8, and at this minute, 0 minutes, which is 8 a.m. every day. So after this flow has been triggered to run, what is the next thing I have to do? I have to go into this record. I have to go through each record here to be able to check the birth date. So now the next thing I will do now is to add an action. So like I said earlier, we can only have a trigger and numerous actions in Power Automate. So on click of new step, I'll go on to add an action, and the action will be added from Excel as our connector. I'll be using Excel as our connector because I am trying to get information from Excel. So the next action I'll be adding now is get an item. Okay. Okay, the next action I'll be adding now is list rows present in a table on Excel. So I want to go into this is telling me to go into the Excel sheet and check through each record to be able to also check their birth dates, to be able to check this birth dates column. So like I said earlier, my Excel sheet is stored in my OneDrive. So OneDrive for business is the location. The document library is also OneDrive. Then the file in OneDrive, this is the name of the file, birth date Excel sheet. So I will check through my OneDrive. I'll click on this and check through. These are all the records I have in my OneDrive, like all the files I have in my OneDrive. So I will check through my OneDrive for this particular Excel sheet, birth date Excel sheet. And like I said earlier, if you are working with this, you have to convert your information into a table. So the table here, the name of the table here is birth date table. So on click of this, it brings out the table in the Excel sheet, and this is the only table I have on my Excel sheet. So right now, if I save this flow and run this flow will just be all this flow will do is to just return every employee's information on this Excel sheet. But that is not what we are doing today. For today, all I just want to be able to do is to extract an employee's birth date, an employee whose birth date is today, extract their information and send a birthday wish to them. So now I will go on to filter out any employee whose birth date falls on today. So to go on to filter out, so under this filter query field, I will go on to impute. So what I want to do now is I want to filter out this birth date column to today. So I'm saying if a particular employee's birthday is today, that is the only employee's information that this flow should be seeing. So now I would filter birth dates. Okay, let me just go on. So I'm working with this column. I'll just go on to copy it from here. Control C. So I'm saying when birth date equals to today, So when birth date equals to today, if this flow runs today, and if this flow is triggered by 8 a.m. and it checks through every information here, and there is no employee whose birth date is today, this flow will stop running. That means it will stop at this point. But now the fact that I am filtering, it will stop at this point, but it will bring out every employee's information. But now what the filter is doing is that when it runs and a particular employee's information and a particular employee's birth date is today, it will only bring out those employees' birth dates. So birth date equals to today. So I'll be formatting that to today. And the reason why I'm formatting that is because the reason I'm formatting that is because if I type in my normal, there is a function on Power Automate, which is UTC now. If I type in UTC now alone, it is going to return the year, the month, the day, the hour, the minute, and the second of this current time. But the only thing I want to do is to just extract the month and date. So I'll be formatting today's date. So format this time is the function I'll be using. UTC now. So format date time UTC now. What am I formatting it to bring out only? I'm formatting it to bring out just the day and the month. So this right now, if I run this rate, it's going to bring out today's date and the month we are currently at. So I am saying, so this DD is the date, and this capital M in 3 is to format the month format the month to look like this February, FEB. If February is written in 02, I will be writing my month in small m, which is just mm. If February on that Excel sheet was coming out in figures, I will be formatting the month like this. But because it is coming out in a short form of the month in letters, so I'll be formatting it like this to return the month correctly. Okay. So when working with, the reason why it is throwing an error for me is because when working with this function UTC now, I have to open and close a parenthesis, which is this, but I did not do that, so it keeps on throwing an error for me. So okay, so now I am saying when birth date equals to today, the table should only bring out employees whose birth date is today. So now the next thing is to now create an email. So the next action after listing the rows present in the table, the next action is to send an email to the employee. So I'll be using the Outlook connector. And under the Outlook connector, we have different actions, which is you can delete a mail from your email box. You can forward an email, but what I want to do right now is to send an email. So I'll be clicking on this send an email action. So right now, it is asking me, who am I sending the email to? If we can see, I have the employee's dummy email address here. So I'll be using a dynamic content. I am not imputing any employee's email address because I don't even know which employee was returned back from this particular action that was carried out. So I'll be picking a dynamic content, which is, so this dynamic content is automatically picked from the different columns that I have in my Excel. So the columns I have in my Excel will be returned back to me as a dynamic content. But the reason why I am seeing email address alone is because Power Automate already knows that it is only email address that should be passed into this place. So I'll pick on email address. Who am I sending it to? I want to send it to whichever email was returned, whichever person was returned, the person's email is who I want to send to. So I'll pick email address. So by picking email address, it throws it, this applies to it, is called a loop. The reason why the action is thrown into a loop is because Power Automate is also recognizing that this action might return more than one employee whose birth date is today. So if there is more than one, if Power Automate is recognizing that there is more than one employee whose birth date is today, it would throw this action into a loop, which means this action would run for every employee whose birth date is today. So hence they apply to each action. So send an email. So subject of the email, happy birthday. So happy birthday. I'll be picking the employee's first name. So whoever and whichever the employee is. So let's say a particular employee whose birthday is today is Samuel. So it will be returning happy birthday Samuel in the mail. So now body of the mail. Okay. Happy birthday Samuel. Happy birthday. I'm picking the first name also. Happy birthday Samuel. For example, wishing you a prosperous day. And this is what it looks like to automate a birthday on a birth date wish. So right now, I will go on to test this flow. So this is it. I'll go on to save the flow. You can save and you can test. So I'll go on to test at this point. I'll be testing manually. So you can test manually and automatically. This automatic part is grayed out because we have not tested this flow before. If you have tested this flow before, then you can click on the automatic part to test your flow again. But I'll be testing manually at first. So test. Then run flow. Okay. Your flow ran successfully. Your flow ran successfully. Okay, flow run flow. Okay. There is an error. Okay, so there is an error here. Let's go on to check. Okay. Okay. So now, this format date expression is supposed to be in a quote. So I forgot to put the quotes. Those are stuffs about Power Apps. If a quote is missing, the flow would run. If a quote is missing, it will not work. So let's go on to test again. Okay. So your flow ran successfully. So now the flow has run. This shows presence in. Okay. Okay, so now can we see the formatting I did has converted today's date to just the date and the month. So right now I am saying go on to the Excel file, check for any employee whose birth date is equal to this date, which is today. Then Power Power Automate flow ran, and it's telling me now that, okay, these two right now is telling me that there are 2 employees whose birthday is today. So let's check our Excel file. And these are the 2 employees whose birthday is today. So it has sent a mail automatically to mail this particular employee. So I'll go on to show us the mail now. And it has sent a mail also to this particular employee. So it ran at the same time. So if there are like 10 employees whose birthday is today, we'll be having of 10 here. So it will run at the same time to each employee. So now let me check my mail, because I used my mail here. So I'll be getting both for each employee. So you can go on to customize the body of your mail very well. I just did this for the demo. So happy birthday, please. This is the subject. This is subject of the mail. This is the employee who received the mail, and this is the body of the mail. So this is another employee also, Mary. So there was a test I did earlier where I was able to add this image. So if there is enough time, I can still show us how to add this image on the flow. Mr. Benga, do I have enough time to go on with this? Hi, Mr. Benga, can you hear me?
Quickly show us, please. Quickly show us.
I can hear you.
Okay, sir. So now to be able to add that image to my message body, I will be bringing in another action, which is from the OneDrive connector. So looking back to my OneDrive, I have the image already on my OneDrive. This is the image, and the name of the image is Happy Birthday image. So back to my flow, I would okay, let me close this. I would add an action, which is get file contents from OneDrive. Okay, so I'll be using OneDrive as my connector, and this action from OneDrive, get file contents. Okay, so I'll go on to look for my file. Go on to look for my image rather. Happy birthday image. So this is the image. Okay. So right now, this image is in JPEG format. But for me to be able to show it in this format, and in the body of the mail, I don't want to bring it in as an attachment. I want to bring it in as I want to bring it into the body of the mail. I would have to convert this image from JPEG to a base64 format. So to do that, I'll be doing this in a container, and that container is an action I'll be bringing in. So I'll be using the initialize variable action. So I'll be using the initialize variable action. So right now, all I would just want to do is I want to convert this image that I have in my OneDrive to base64, so that I can be able to see it as an image in my mail body. Because if you don't convert it, the image will be showing as a tiny error on your mail body. Also note that this format is not supported in Gmail. So if you would want to be using, if you want to do this as an individual and you have Gmail email addresses of your friends, I would actually say you should do it as an attachment, which I can explain later on if anyone of us message me. So, but for Outlook, you can convert it to base64 and it would drop in the body of your mail. So now I will give my variable a name. So image, I am converting it to a base64 string. Then I will be inserting this basis. So now I will be inserting it into an HTML tag, which I have written the code somewhere here. So I'll copy this. So the image, this is the HTML tag. So now to convert my image into base64, I will come on to expression. After this base64 and comma, I will put my cursor and come on to expression with the dots, hash content, $sign content. So what I am saying now is that I want to extract every content in this image file. So after writing $sign content in the expression, I would click on dynamic content to pick this particular file that is in this action. So get file content, I would click on the file content. Let me do this again. Dots. So what I am trying to do now is to be able to extract every content from this image. I'm trying to bring up the dynamic contents. Please bear with me. Dynamic contents. Okay, so it's back. So expression dots, $sign contents. Then put your cursor in front. Click on. Okay, it's going. Okay, so it's back. So I'll be clicking on the file contents. I can just bring it to the back. So what I am doing right now is I am getting this file content, that is this image, and I want to extract every content, that's everything in this file image, everything, the base64 file. I just want to extract everything. So I'll click on OK. So this is what it looks like, output of this image, then extract the content out. Okay. Okay. Okay, so if we know how to write, if we know how to input an image in using the HTML tag, so we are using the image source tag. After this conversion to base64, then I will be naming the image, which is alt equals. I'll be writing the name of the image. Can give it. So I'll be using this name, the name from the OneDrive file, which is happy birthday image. So now, like I said, I created all this in a container. So it is this container right here that I would now insert into the body of my mail. So coming on to the body of my mail, after this, so I can recustomize this mail because the content of the image is happy birthday. So I'll just go on to the employee's first name, then space, then I'll go on to insert the image. That is the container I created earlier on. So that is it. Wishing you a prosperous and success management. You can customize the body of your mail anyhow you want. Like I said earlier, if the email address in your Excel file is in Gmail format, you can just attach your image right from getting it from here. You can just attach it. You can just put it as an attachment, but I'll not be touching that because of time. So I'll go on to save this and test. So I'll be testing the flow. Run flow done. Okay. So now I'll go on to check my mail. This is what I just tested. So this is it now. Dear Billikis, happy birthday with the image. And dear Mary with the image. So if I leave this flow on, it will continue running every day, tomorrow, next tomorrow. So now, if you don't want your flow to continue running, you can just, what I just did was to just click. Okay. What I did earlier was to just click here to go to other settings in this flow or other information in the flow. So, okay, my flow, you can click on my flows, which will show you every flows that you have created. So all I just want to do is to turn off this particular flow so that it does not keep running the next day. Because right now, okay, so my page is still loading. Okay, so on click of these three dots, you can just turn off this flow. And whenever you want to use it, you can turn it on again. So, but I don't need the flow as of this moment anymore. So I've turned it off. And that is all. Thank you very much for listening.
Wow. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Bilkis. That is nice. Seeing triggers, hearing about flows, generally learning how to automate processes rather than going through the manual route. So this is very interesting. Thank you so much for showing us this. This is wonderful. Somebody has learned something today. Somebody is going to start and see how they are going to start and start learning about Power Automate. So what is your advice for those that want to start learning Power Automate? Is there any resource? Is there any website, any YouTube page they can go to? Is there any Microsoft resources they can use?
Okay. So for those of us who are interested in going into the Power Automate part or want to learn, so I don't know if you have heard of Microsoft Learn before. So Microsoft Learn has this summarized learning sessions where you can just start from. So I can just try to look for the link and send to the chat at this moment. Also, we can utilize YouTube. Yes, everything is on YouTube. You can utilize YouTube. So I would recommend YouTube. I would recommend Microsoft Learn, and I would recommend Udemy if you have access to Udemy. But I would actually always recommend Microsoft Learn and YouTube at this moment because it has really helped me. It has helped me a lot.
Thank you so much. We have Oluwagbemiga Otagbo. You have a question?
Okay.
Yes, I have a question.
Okay.
Good evening, Billy, and good evening, Mr. Agbenka. Thank you so much. That was a wonderful presentation. So I have a question. In the Excel sheet that you used to, in the Excel sheet that you use as a connector, I guess if that language is correct. If, for example, you have a new employee, all right, you have a new employee in the organization, and or you have an employee that has left the organization, is it possible to go back to that same Excel sheet, remove that employee, or remove the date of birth of that particular employee? So will it affect the flow, or will the flow continue running like that? And if you have to remove the employee, if you remove the employee, do you need to come back to the flow to edit anything?
Okay. You don't have to come back to the flow to edit anything. So if you need to remove a particular employee's record, you can do that. The flow still continue running. Nothing happens to the flow. So all you just have to do is to just go onto your Excel sheet and remove that particular employee's record. That's remove, like delete the row. And if you need to add a particular employee, you can add the employee as long as you are reconverting that table. Okay, so to add an employee now, you have to add the employee and reconvert that information into a table. Because you know when you add a new record under, that record does not fall under the table. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So you have to
Yes.
reconvert, yes, the whole information into a table and go back to your flow to just check if it is that same table that is being seen in your flow.
All right. Thank you so much.
Okay, you're welcome.
Okay, we have Oyelaran Paul.
Okay.
Good evening. Yeah, thank you so much for the wonderful section. Please, I would love you to share your screen. The part you filtered to today's date, I didn't get it very well.
Which part is that?
The Excel, the filter query part, where we filter to today's date.
Oh, okay, I'm coming. Okay. Okay, pardon my network, please. Okay, so this part. This part, right? Is it the format date time?
Yes, that filter query where you. Yes, that birthday. What am I seeing? That filter query, birthday date, EQ.
Okay, birth date. This birth date now is the column. Is this column name from the Excel sheet?
Okay.
So I am saying when every information in this column equals to today. So this flow now. Okay, I'm listening to you.
Where do you do the equals to today's date, which is this expression that you wrote? Where do you do the equals to?
Okay, equals to this EQ is the abbreviation we use as equals to in Power Automate.
Yeah, I think I was. I was wondering, how do you do the equal?
Okay. If it is less than, you use LE. If it is equals to, you use EQ. So it has different abbreviations in Power Automate. Okay, thank you very much, Paul. Is that all?
Mr. Sai Kolapo.
Okay, thank you.
Last person.
Hello, sorry, I was struggling to unmute my mic. Thank you so much, Bilkis. It was so entertaining. So I just have a question, right? You know, most of us develop and we're not the end user, but I noticed you set up everything on your own account. If you were to hand over the solution to, let's say, the HR person, how do you deploy it?
Okay, so now my HR, if I was going to send this now to my organization's environment, there is a way I can export. So for this demo now, I just did, should I say, I don't want to say woo-woo. There is a way, there is a particular standard to building on Power Platform. You have to create a solution, and in your solution is where you create your Power Apps, your Copilot, your Power Automate, and other things in Power Platform. So if I was going to send this to the HR, I would send the whole solution to the HR environment, which is by exporting. So coming back here, this is the solution. This is the solutions tab. So I was supposed to create a solution, build that particular flow in this solution, and okay, still loading. Okay, still loading. I just want to show something. Network. Okay, pardon me for some seconds. Okay, so right now I'm on the solution. Then what you just have to do is either import or export. But now, majorly, where we export our solution from is from Power Apps, like from Power Apps interface. So because now you cannot see any import and any export solution. So on Power Apps interface, there will be a particular export solution part where you can export the solution to a different environment. Does that answer your question?
It does, right? And if you can share any link where for further reading, of course, we'll appreciate that.
Okay, I would. Okay,
You can always share it with Benga even after the program, no problem. You will get it across to us. So just we don't hold up everyone. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you. Olalekan Adewale.
Okay, thank you. I'm not asking question. I just want to learn to the response, and then maybe I can also give it more belly, as in make it more understandable. The environment is development environment, so and it's very costly to have everyone to use this account. So we always have a developer account, and then the automation will be done based on the developer's account, and then what a child needed to do here is just the modification of the Excel file in which the automation can now be done on its own. So let's say HR has a new client, a new staff now. They had the information there, which is just the Excel. But the automation, the development, the equal to and every other things will be done based on one single development account. That account can also stand in for Power Apps, can stand in for Power BI, in our enterprise environment. That's just my idea. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Okay, thank you so much, Keys. You're highly appreciated. Your demo was sweet. we hope to see you again next year. Thank you so much.
Definitely, sir.
So another thing I want to tell us, guys, is for those that are interested in learning Power Platform in general, just like have basic understanding, a good foundation, you can sign up for the Microsoft Up program. So let me just show you that in 1 minute before Michael Adeyeye will come. So let me know if you can see my screen. So this is the powerup.microsoft.com. So just click on, when you get to this website, just click on apply. When you click on apply, you fill in your details. And this program is a very wonderful program. You will learn about Intro to Power Platform. It is free. You're not paying anything. This program is, was created by Microsoft themselves. So when you sign up, you can learn about the basics of Power Apps, Data Vars, Power Automate, Power BI. And even if you want to learn about Copilot, there are some other specialized. And the good thing about this Power Up program is that at the end of the, you watching the videos and the modules, going through the modules, you are also going to, you're also going to partake in a project where you create an end-to-end solution. Then you create a video, you upload that video, you present what you've done. And if they score you, if your video is good, like this, you have a very good presentation, then you become a graduate of the program, and you can also get a free voucher to write any of the Power Platform exams, whether PL 200, 300, 900, or whatever, depending on the one you want to take. So that is that for those that are So I'm going to just copy the link, and I'm going to paste it on the chat right away. So thank you very much, Belikis, for that wonderful section. Issa Kodri, you have a question? We need to move to the next speaker now.
I have a question. Thank you, Benga. Thank you to all the speakers so far. So I just regarding the Power Hub, I just want to confirm: is it for only Africans? Can anybody from any part of the world apply?
Anybody from anywhere in the world, anybody from anywhere. It's not for a particular region. Everywhere it's global.
Thank you.
If you can sign up on time, it's possible that you can still meet up with the 1st of March. I think there's a quote for 1st of March. You can still meet up with them. You can sign up today.
Thank you.
Sorry. Yeah, Bill Case. Yeah.
Someone is asking on the group that can he replicate it for his friends who do not have a Microsoft email, like my sample? Yes, you can use their Gmail account as long as you are not using that image. Like you don't have to insert an image in the body of the mail. So yes, you can use their Gmail account. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let me bring in the top speaker now. That is Michael Adeyeye. So Michael Adeyeye is a senior business intelligence developer and consultant. He helps businesses scale and solve their business problems in the area of data analytics, business intelligence, and AI. He's a Microsoft certified Azure AI engineer. So, Michael Adeyeye, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm here. Good evening. Good from here.
Good evening. Yeah. Thank you so much for taking your time to be here to come and show us how Power BI is so powerful for advanced analytics, automation, and time intelligence. You can share your screen now. You can take over. You can share your videos, and people can see you, and they can connect with you on LinkedIn.
All right. Okay. Good evening, everyone. This is Michael Ade. My name is Michael Ade. I'm going to be sharing my screen. I hope I'm audible enough.
You are audible, sir.
Okay. Thank you so much again. I'm so glad to be here. I've learned a lot today, and yeah, it's such a great platform and a great program for enthusiasts and people who want to really explore the opportunities that Power Platform provide. All right. Yeah. So I'm just going to start right away. I'm going to be speaking on Power BI for advanced analytics, its role in automation and time intelligence. Let me start by saying I'm going to be walking us through a live scenario of what I experienced of recent, right? And I think Power Platform has not been explored enough, right? I think globally, right? But especially in Africa, I think a lot of opportunities needs to be explored in that area, right? And why I'm saying that is, for example, I was speaking with a friend today, earlier today. I think it's also on this program, and he was saying, yeah, he has a flair for automation. He has a flair for helping businesses make sense of manual processes and then automating such processes. And I said, yeah, Microsoft has provided a platform that can do that end to end. And then I started talking about Power Platform and the power that holds. And one beautiful thing about this is its connectivity, right? How Power Automate, like Bilikis just showed us. And then, of course, what Ubong was saying as well, Power App. The connectivity between them is what is interesting. So, but for this class, I'm going to be walking us through a live scenario, like a case study of what I experienced of recent, right? And how automation and time intelligence is key, and of course, Power BI can help in this area, right? A business approached me, a manufacturing business approached me about close to 2 months now, right? And said, so it's a manufacturing business. They have a lot of branches across Nigeria. Anambra, in the east, in the southwest. It's quite a big company, and the CEO, CEO was, so I had a meeting with the CEO, and he was like, one of my challenges is that I cannot really study my business progress. So I cannot really, I don't have visibility to everything that happens in my business. So say, for example, there is nothing, so it's only when the staff come, maybe from Oshun, one of his branches in Oshun or in Anambra, says, oh, this is how much we made today. No visibility into it. And then there is an ERP system that he currently uses, right? Not a robust one like Dynamics 365, Microsoft Dynamics and the rest, but at least it's serving the purpose. But if there is no light, the staff will not be able to send in any record for the day. So and there are gaps. And I think he also made the main mention of a staff, just one staff, siphoning over 100 million, just one person. So I said, yes, this is possible and we can create a solution. First, what I want to tell us is that every businesses want to make money. So anything we are coming to really speak to them about has to be something that, one, save them cost, and two, generate more fun. So every of these Power Platform tools that we talked about, it's very important that we come from the standpoint of business problem, right? And what I told him was, and we're not ready to really spend much, right? So he just wanted something that will be effective, but will not, be out of pocket, will not really cost him much. So I said, no problem. I said, okay, what I'm going to do for you is I'm going to create a form for you. Now, the agent, there are no lights sometimes. Okay, what do? I will create a form for you. This form will be just a Google form. Of course, they can fill that on phone that captures real-time invoicing. For example, he wants to study his invoicing, real-time invoicing. Each of the units will have that. They are going to fill that, and then of course that populates into a database, an Excel database, and then I'm going to build a dashboard, right, that he can always view on his phone, on his laptop, anywhere he is, and he can on a daily study and check the progress of the business. And I built that, I presented that demo to him. And he was really, really happy about it, that, okay, so something like this is possible. I said, yes, of course. Again, one thing about it, it's not really expensive in terms of the costing. So I'm going to walk us through how I did this in a moment. And one thing I think Microsoft has also done with Power BI is ease of accessibility, right? In terms of Power BI, you don't really need to, for example, I've explored Tableau, you have to pay if you want to really use it, except you are using desktop, but it's also very limited. Looker, you have to pay a lot, all right? So Power BI is accessibility. Anybody can just download 64-bit, 32-bit version, and then you start using it. So what basically I wanted to solve for him was, of course, he wants to see how he was going as well on a daily. What did I make year to date? Am I making progress? What is the percentage growth? On a weekly, day to day, what did I do yesterday? What did I do today? Am I growing? What is the problem? Quarterly, quarter on quarter, year on year, month on month. He wanted to see that, and that was contained in the demo I gave him as well. So which speaks to the topic today, automation. You wanted to automate that process, no manual process, there's no blocker, like maybe when there's no light and they're unable to enter via the system to the ERP, on the ERP, automation. And then of course, time intelligence is able to look at, based on different time, it's able to see the progress is making, and then of course, it's going to be able to make better decision for the business. All right, this is just introduction telling us why the need for advanced analytics and why we need to automate, and what is the essence of time intelligence in business, and how Power BI comes to play, right? And then of course, I've just listed there some of the advantages and some of the things, or the tools, or let me say the the functionalities that Power BI offers. All right, AI-driven solutions. Now you can see that on Power BI now today, you can just, even if you don't know the particular visual you are supposed to use. Let's say you don't even know if I'm supposed to use a line chart or a bar chart. You can just do a prompt and just say, okay, please help me plot, give me a chart of revenue against months or revenue against the sales agent or something. So, and you just voila, you just have that comes up. And one thing I love about Power BI is this second point here, which is DAX, data analysis expression. I think if there is one thing about Power BI that makes it, for me personally, robust, is the complexities that you can solve, complex business problems that you can solve, that you can break down with DAX. All right, what you can write in SQL, and in SQL, even with Python, you can also engineer that with DAX, and that makes it very beautiful. And when Alberto Ferrari and Marco Russo, breaks this down for you, you really love it. So DAX is one component of Power BI that you cannot play with, which helps with, of course, a lot of automation, a lot of time intelligence. Of course, Power Query is like the data engineering side of Power BI, right, which helps you ingest data. So, for example, you have data from different sources, from Excel, you have got data coming from Power BI, you have, from Excel, from Google Sheets, from SQL, from database, even the connection with Power App, Power Automate, everything. You can use Power Query now to ingest that data, extraction, then transformation, and then you load it into your Power BI desktop. I'm going to show us all that very quickly. So you extract, you transform, and then you load with Power Query, which is very powerful. There was an issue where I was working some months ago, and a lot of manual processes were in place. They were having issues with so the way they calculate their KPIs, they use equal days basis, EDB. So if I'm making 2 million in January as at 15th, I want to see how much I've made as at 15th of the following month. But I think they had issue doing that. So they now employ the Excel. So they will go to Power Query in Excel and then edit the date. So let's say I'm reporting as at today is 22. I'll go to Power Query, and where I wrote my SQL query and says select star from a particular table. So where date between 1 to 22, and then I also union with for January. So I also union with February, where date between 1st to 22 of February, against where date is between January 1st to 22, union that together. And they do that on a weekly. So but when I came here, I said, okay, this we can automate this. There is time intelligence which Power BI offers, which we can help us solve this. And that was it. And so a lot, and that I'm talking about multinational companies, right? So Power BI is a very powerful tool. I'm just trying to tell us that it's a tool that help you present all this hard work you've done with Power Automate, with Power Hub. Power BI just shows it up, and then you enjoy the fruit of your labor. So now, what are the automation tools in Power BI? Of course, I've mentioned Power Query, which does the ETL processes, extraction, extract your data from different sources. Today, I think we have over 150 data sources that you can connect to on Power BI. Massive. A lot of data sources, Google Sheets, Excel, SQL, MySQL, DBeaver, sorry, I said DBeaver, PrestoDB, Postgres, a lot of them. I'm going to show us very quickly, of course. And then data flow. Data flow is also a functionality in Power BI that helps us, reusability of our ETL process. So, for example, you've loaded in a table. You've loaded in the table a set of data. You've done the transformation. You've cleaned that data, and then you need to reuse that same query somewhere else, maybe in another PBIS file. You don't need to really stress yourself. With data flow, you can connect to that same data, which you've of course published, then bring into another PBIX file, and then of course you start using it. Of course, Power Query as well. If you have a file that you want to duplicate, different Excel file on different systems. You can tell someone to just go to your Power Query and then help you copy the code. You can copy the M code and then use that. Of course, one other thing that you also can do with Power BI is schedule refresh, right? You can schedule your refresh. Let's say you want to refresh your report on a daily, which was what I told him, right? On a daily, you can check it on your mobile or your laptop. You keep using your report and you're seeing daily progress. Of course, there's also a Power BI integration of that. All right. Of course, like I mentioned, that one great thing I think I love about Power BI is the time intelligence, that you can just year on year analysis, month on month analysis, rolling average, a forecast, and a lot that you can do with Power BI. Very massive tool in terms of time intelligence. Of course, here I've just listed out some of the basic functions, time intelligence functions you see on Power BI. There are a lot of them, right? I would have loved to also show us another Power BI report, very complex one, but how it also answers that business need, right? Of course, so total year to date is a function, just like in Excel, you have sum. You can say equals to sum in Excel, and then you pass in a set of rows or column, and then it gives you the summation. The same thing, total year to date is just like that your sum. This does a year to date. So for example, we are in February, right? And you want to see how much I've done so far this year. You use the total year to date function, and that gives you the cumulative revenue or sales that you've made from January to date. Of course, quarter to date, as the name suggests, Q quarter, so QTD. Quarter to date, that gives you on a quarterly basis. So let's say in Q1 against Q2, you want to compare Q3 against Q4, that gives you that. Of course, this is a very, very important part of any business. All right. Total month to date as well. There is comparative of as well. Maybe you want to look at, okay, what did I do last year? Is there an event that happened last year that affected my revenue this year? Or is it just a coincidence? Same period last year gives you, okay, for example, we are in February. Today is February 22nd, right? You want to see what happened last year, February 22nd, 2024. This function can help you do that. Oh, you want to do like this data as well. You want to do like a subtraction of, okay, minus 3 months. You want to see minus 2 months, last 3 months. Data can also help you. One good thing about these functions as well is, I hope I'm not too fast, but we are still going to get to the practical part side, right? One good thing about all these functions as well is that they can be used interchangeably, right? So for example, if you want to, I can use same period last. If I don't want to use same period last year, I can also use data. All I need to do is, okay, same period last year. Every year is a 12-month, right? 12-month calendar. If I'm using data, I'm going to say, okay, minus 12 months, all right? And I pass in my granularity of month, now month, day, or year. We're going to see that very shortly as well. Of course, you can see date in period and then the calculate function. All right, where do you use all this? All right, every business is just like I told you, need to automate businesses. A lot of automations that I've done, right, and in different sectors. And for example, like what I just told us now, this is a man that runs different businesses, and so it's not about the complexity of any project or any business problem you want to solve. It's about you being able to provide answer. Just like I said, to integrate, every businesses want to make profit, and every businesses want to cut costs where necessary. So any solution you are providing, right, ensure that these are into place, because even if you tell them, yeah, it can do everything, if it's not going to add to their revenue, then it's more like a waste of time. So considering that in any solution you are providing is very important. Just like I told us, just 2 things I did: a form, it can be a Microsoft form, a Google form, and then a Power BI side of things, right? Yeah, this is just stories and the rest. So let me just proceed now to Power BI and then walk us through, right? This was what I presented to him, after telling him what he needs to do. So I told one of my guys to, build out this, and this was what it came up with, and I'm going to run us through now. Yeah, this is the Power BI interface. I know a lot of us are familiar with this. Here, like I told us, if I want to connect to data sources, these are different data sources. When you come to this, your home tab, get data, and then you see Excel, Power BI data set. You can see data flow which I was saying the other time. If you have a data set field, you're already cleaned, you can connect to that. You can get data from web as much as I could remember one of my first project I did, right? I have not mastered Python then, and I needed to do something, very unique a bit. So I have not mastered how to scrape the web. All I did was to go to Premier League website, and then, the table on Premier League website, I just connected to the web, passing the what's it called, the URL now, and then of course just putting data and then cleaned it, and then I was able to present that. That was one of my first projects years ago. All right, you can see if you want to see more data sources, if you go to more, you're able to see a lot of data sources. You can see them, cascaded into different use cases. Databases, you can see a lot of databases, over 150 of them. This is Fabric, Power Platform, of course. We just discussed Power App and Power Automate, Azure, and even other data sources, a lot of them, right? So all I need to do is my form. I don't have it open, but of course, we are all used to a form. When you fill a form online, all right, I just think I asked him all the problems they were facing. Then I curated data points that answers those questions, right? At least just for a POC, because what I did for him was just a POC. Then, of course, these are the records. This is immediately, so let me go back so that get something. So this is Power BI Desktop. So there are two versions to Power BI Desktop and Power BI Power Query, right? So if I want to connect my Power Query, of course I can, since this is an already made report, I can just come to transform data. That takes me to Power Query editor. All right. Now I loaded, so if I go back to my source, right, you're able to see this is the Google Sheets I filled. So I just did the demo data and then filled some through form, then added some demo data to that form, and then it's a Google Sheet. So I connected to my Google Sheets using this connector, Google Sheet.content, and then passing the URL. That gives me my data. Then I needed to navigate through. Maybe I can just walk us through a bit. So this is the records. Navigation, it navigates to the table. Then you see that these are my headers, but of course, this is, I mentioned that Power Query is used for cleaning your data to ensure that you have something usable. All right. So this is my column headers, but you notice that when I loaded in that Google Sheet, it's not displaying my column header in front. So all I need to do is to come here, right, and then click on use first row as header, right? And immediately I click on this button there, you see one table icon, first row as header, and then it promotes that particular header to where it's supposed to be. All right, maybe I want to change data type, because these are data type, just like you have data type in Excel, in SQL, in Python, you have data type everywhere. So all I need to do is, change my data type. How do I do that? I can do that one by one by just clicking on this particular cell just beside the column name, and then click the data type I want. For example, this is the date, right? It should be in data type. I can always click on this and then pick date. All right. Or I can do that all at once by just clicking on this, right? Saying Power BI, please help me. And then clicking on Control A, right? Click on just one column and then press Control A. It highlights all the column, and then I can come to transform and then detect data type, right? If I click on detect data type, by default, of course, Power BI engine recognizes that if it is text, it should be in ABC. Of course, you can see ABC here. All right. If it is date, based on the data contained in that column, it's just help you convert that. And it is very important, as small as data type is very important in your extraction and transformation process, right? I just did some more cleaning. yeah, I think I wanted to, so for example, what I did there was, okay, the timestamp, you know, when you fill a form, it comes with a timestamp, right? It comes with a timestamp, and I don't need that timestamp, right? I just need the date, right? So all I need to do is to extract. I'm saying, okay, if you look at this, so every extraction or every transformation you do in Power BI, it's always so. I not even Power BI, in any tool you are using, be it Excel, you know, be it Power BI, be it Power App. There's always a flow. There's always a logic. So, and that's one thing I will tell us, that understand the flow and the logic that works. Then you'll be able to, innovate and get solutions to ensure you get your job done. So, for example, this I want to extract the date, for example, and of course, remember that we're talking about time intelligence. So date is very important, right? I know that this date is what I need. What is consistent with all these date columns? You see that what is consistent is that there is always a space before the timestamp, right? A space before the timestamp. All right. So all I need to do is, okay, I can do away with that space. And how do I do that? I can come to a transform and then say split by what delimiter. In this place, my delimiter will be a space. And I'm not going to so that we don't spend more time, a space, I think there's space here as well. You can just pick space, so, and then that gives me this, right? I'm not going to spend more time here because of time. Then, yeah, I'm changing my data type. I'm removing columns, right? Removing some columns that I don't need. I'm replacing values, invoice date. Yeah, so remember that this is just a demo data and I wanted to just do a POC for him. So all I needed to do is I needed to use a more recent date. So I just said, okay, the data was just through 2025. I said, okay, let me change that 2025 to 2023 so that I have historical date like 2023, 2024, 2025. This is what I was trying to do here. And then, of course, this is inserting year. All right. So from my date, right, since I have my date, let me go to my date. Where's my date now? Okay, so since it's my date. One good thing about transformation here is you don't have to stress yourself. You can just come to add column and then come to date, all right, and then say year, right, and then pick year. So instantly it's going to create a new column for you that contains only the year part of this column, and that is what this has done for me. All right, then I replace value. What is happening? So I wanted, like I said, I wanted some historical data. So I replaced 2025 with 2023 in my year column, right? Yeah, I think I want to also extract something. Let me see. Okay, let me go there. Yes, this is the year. Okay, so yeah, so sometimes, so one thing we also need to notice that Power BI recognizes dates in the day, month, year. Let me confirm. Yeah, day, month, and the year. So if where your data is coming from is not in that format, it throws error. All right. So what you need to do is ensure that your date is in day, the month, and the year. So what I've done here is to ensure, I think I was getting an error. Some were not aligning. So all I need to do is to split each of the columns. All right. This is a very key part of Power Query as well, because you just see that your date is having a lot of error. So I splitted the date. All right, you can see what I've done. So let me go to a previous step so that you understand what I'm saying. So this is date, for example. I can split it into 3. So using my transform, then you come to split column by position, by character. So depending on the logic you want to, so there's not one way. Someone can say, I want to split by number of character, right? Because there's a pattern here. Every last 4 is the year. So I can say split by the number of character, the last 4. If I do number of character, it can also tell me, if you do number of character now, to tell you how do you want to split, far left, far right, or repeatedly. What that means is, do you want your split? If I split 4 now and I say far left, that means I want to split my data from the left. So depending on your aim, for me, I want to extract out the year. So, and the year is at the far right. So, and it's 4 character, of course. We are not yet out of the four numbered year. So on far right, so I'm breaking 4 characters far right, and if I click OK, it's going to extract out the year alone, which is what I've done here. Then you can also extract by slash just until you get your year and then the like what I have here. So until I have it in this format, is it here? In this format, then all I need to do is now just click on this data type and change it to the dates data type. All right. So then I'll change it. This is changing my data type and then removing unnecessary column. After doing that, all I need to do, right? Remember our goal focus, we want to automate a process, and then we want to also ensure that the business owner is able to speak to time intelligence, right? I'll close and apply, and then my data comes into Power BI. Now, what next? The next thing is to ensure that you model your data, right? In my own case, I don't really have much to model because I just have one table, which is the records. Let me go to table view. The records is this is the record, everything is just one table. Or let's say you have a lot of table, then schema comes into play. You want to go to snowflake schema or star schema, right? What is star schema? Star schema is when you have I love to just make it as simple as possible. You have one big central table, all right, and then connected to different other tables. Apologies and other. So I have many tables, right? And then a central table, and then I have the other dimension table connected to it. That is like a star schema, looking like a star, right? And of course, Snowflake. Snowflake is when you have normalized your data. So I don't want to go into the BI. It's normalization and normalization. It's part of data modeling, right? Normalization is you just breaking down complex table. So say, for example, here, I have a customer name, I have a department, a sales agent, and I want to have a separate table for sales agents. I can normalize this table and say, okay, extract for me unique sales agent in another table, all right, which can be done here, and then connect it to the main table and then to the central table. So that is where you are normalizing a table. Why denormalization is just about bringing maybe a lot of smaller tables. You just want to make it you want to make it one single table so that you are able to wrangle your data easily. So these two processes have their own advantage or disadvantage. So 2 schemas I've mentioned there. Star schema, which is just one big table connected to like 3 or 4, depending on the number of dimensions. It can be 2 tables as well, but you have a main table, like what we call a fact table, then connected to dimensions table. And then, of course, Snowflake, where you have a lot of sub-table. Like in a department, you also have, let's say in business unit, you also have department. So business unit is one table, department, finance, HR, these are other tables. This department, finance, are connected to one business unit table, and then business unit is now connected to the whole organization. So see the organization as the fact table, the business unit as one of your dimensions, right? And then the department, finance table, HR table as your lower dimensions, right? Connecting to, so that's like a snowflake schema, something like a tree, right? But for me, I just have one table, main table I'm connecting to, right? The next thing is, of course, time intelligence. Now, what do I need to do? I need to create a date table, right? Creating a date table is very easy, right? You can just call in, I've just mentioned my date table function, right? How do you do that? You won't see that in your, you might not see that in your home tab, but if you can see it, you come to table tools. That is where you're able to create new tables, right? You come to table tools, create new tables, and then you just mention the name, and then you call this function called calendar auto. So calendar auto, what calendar auto does is it will go back to your data. Remember, this is my data, and if I go to my date column. Here's my date column. Yeah, you see that my data spans from 2023 to 2024, 2024. So calendar auto goes to your calendar auto goes to your main table, or so if you have, so let's say for example you have more than one table. So you know I have just one major record table. If you have many tables, it will scan through all the tables and look at the lowest date and then the highest date. So when I say the minimum date and then the maximum date. So in all around the table, let's say another table ended in 2023. If there is another table that ended in 2020, to look at that, I can pick 2020 as the minimum date and then the maximum date. So calendar auto just scans through your data and then create a date column for you. So look at, for mine now, because my data is just between 2023 and 2024, you can see that my date will just be between those 2 years, all right? And then we can then create new columns using this function to create month. How do you create month? You know, you see month, just calling the month. If you are familiar with Excel, this you have something similar with this to this in Excel. Month, the date table date, the month number, the month name. I'll tell us quickly now why we have to have these two. All right. Now, all this, you remember I talked about DAX. So in Excel, you call it just Excel functions. Now, in Power BI, we don't have it. We don't call it function. We call it the engine that has been built around writing formula is what we call DAX, data analysis expression. So every formula you build in Power BI, every formula you write is, we call it DAX. So this is a DAX function now that says, okay, format my date column into MMM, which give me 3-letter words for month. So Jan, Feb, March, like that. You can see in 3-letter words, right? Then year, of course, straight away, year, the year column, month, year, of course, just to concatenate. You remember this in Excel is the same thing. You can use ampersand, you can also use concatenate here as well. Concat, I think. So month and the year. Then this gives you your date table, right? Now, let me also quickly explain why I have to have month number. Now, everywhere you know that your data will have to be arranged in chronological order, alphabetical order now. So in your 12 month, what month comes first? It is April, A. Then maybe any month with D, maybe like a December, right? That start with D. So, but of course, no one wants to display his data records in alphabetical order, but in the chronology of the month, right? January, February, March, and April. So I'm introducing this month number so that I can sort this in the order of month progression and not in alphabetical order. So, of course, month number will give me January for 1, February for 2, 3, 4, 5. So I can use that to now sort by month. All I need to do is click on month and then come to sort column, and then I'll click on sort it by what? I want to sort month by month number. Then if I click on month number, it will automatically, when I get to my report view, we are in data view currently, it sorts that by month number and we are good. So we have my dates column. And what else do I need to do before I leave here is to ensure that I make it a date table, right? You need to make it a date table. How do you do that? Come to table tools very carefully. Table tools. You won't see that in column tools, table tools, and then click on mark as date. Remember, I've done all this. I'm just walking us through, right? Mark as date table so that it becomes my date table. So meaning, just like time intelligence, you want to so that I can compare month on month, year on year, and the rest. Now, this third tab, let me quickly talk about that. I think the time is flying. So here, this third tab is what we call the model tab. I mentioned something about data modeling, which is very key. A lot of things need to be learned here because it's very key. So here I talked about, I was talking about star schema and snowflake schema. If you look at this now, I'm just rearranging so that you see what I'm talking about. See that you have a central table, all right? And then if I have more than one table as it is now, you see that if I have more than 3 tables, you see, date table is connected to the record, order table is connected to the record, measure is just a measure table. This is looking like a star. If you have like more than like 3 or 4 tables connected to this is looking like a star. The central table called the fact table, and then the smaller ones called the dimensions, right? Smaller ones, because it contains, most times we call them dimension, and it is dimension because it contains unique record. So what do we mean by unique record? Say, for example, you're in a company that finance has the record, the salary history of everyone. HR will only have unique records of staff in that company, right? So let's say, for example, there are 1,000 staff. That is all that HR we have. But finance, we have repetitive record of these staffs. In every month, you get paid. So January to February, every staff has like 12 records. Say, for example, aside from bonuses and everything. So see your finance record now as the fact, because it's transactional, right? And see your HR record like a dimension, because it's just contained like a demography, a particular set of information that is not repetitive for your for that company, right? So this is the model. I've just done this like a star schema. Yeah. So then the next thing you need to understand here is now pulling in your. I think someone is still going to talk about visualization, so I'm not going to go dwell there, right? I've modeled my data. I've created a calendar table, which is very key for time intelligence. And then, of course, I can now start building my measures, right? What are the things he wants to see? He wants to see is growth on day, right? Is previous day record, current day record, last year, last month, last quarter, and a lot of things that can be done as well. So what I've done is, okay, for example, first thing is to calculate my revenue. So to calculate revenue, I've used this measure, right? Total MTD to give me month to date revenue. And then I'm passing in my date column of the date table so that it engineers that and recognizes that at okay. Gbenga, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, Michael. Please, I would like us to quickly round up this section so that the next speaker can come in. Our time is really fast spent. Yes.
Oh, yeah, I see that. So, yeah, so that's that about this. I'm just going to show us some of these measures. You see, calculate previous month, the revenue measure I created. Then I'm passing into, okay, please give me previous month revenue. That's why this previous month tax formula is here, tax measure is here, and then you have for last year and a lot of them like that. So this is just it, and then connecting it into my visual, and then of course publish this to your workspace, and then people can consume it using their laptop or their phone. And that was what basically I did for him. This is just a walkthrough of what I did for a company that wants to automate and then see the time intelligence functionality of Power BI. Yeah, I think I'm going to stop there. Thank you so much, everyone. Maybe I can entertain 1 or 2 questions.
Thank you so much, Michael Adeyeye. This is very interesting. Saw how you took us through some of the time intelligence dance functions, how you took us through Power Query to show us some transformations, and how you were able to also create a calendar table that would serve as a filter for other fact tables in the data model. That is very wonderful. And I really also love the UI UX of your report page, the color, the use of rectangle, and all of that is very nice. I think somebody has learned something from that. So to add to what he has said, at the Winnipeg Power Platform User Group, we usually have a Power BI section, 8 p.m. Central American time, Wednesdays and Sundays. We've been doing that since October last year, and we've been consistent since that October last year, always having Power BI sections to prepare people for not just PL 300 exam alone, but also to know the nitty-gritty of Power BI. Thank you very much, Michael, because our time is fast spent, so we need to quickly rush the other sections. I will bring in. Thank you. I will bring in Abiola David. So Abiola David is a Microsoft Valley professional, MVP. He is somebody that I know very well on LinkedIn, very consistent. I've never seen that kind of energy before, as in the consistency level is top notch. always posting about Databricks, about Fabric, about Power BI, about data engineer on Azure, a lot of things. And these are kind of people that sincerely they inspire me a lot because that level of consistency, even sometimes if I create one single video on my YouTube, I might reach another 2 weeks to rest because of the stress. Imagine somebody always creating content and very consistent with it. I mean, that's a lot of work. So, Abiola David, you can take the floor now. Thank you. Thank you, Mike Ariye. Thank you so much.
Okay, good afternoon and good evening to everybody, both in Lagos, in Canada, and every part of the world. So my name is Abiola David, and I'm going to be briefly sharing with us some of the data engineering stuffs in Microsoft Fabric. And let me share my screen so that I can just go right into the presentation without much talking. So let me share my entire screen. Okay, I'm sharing. So, wait. So I'm unable to click on the share screen. I'm not sure what's wrong. Hello, Benga, are you there? Hello, Benga, are you there? Hello?
We can hear you clearly.
Okay, now I'm unable to share my screen. I click on the share screen, but it's not responding. I'm not sure why.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, you are a presenter, so I'm wondering why. Just hold on, please.
No problems.
Okay, you should be able to present now.
Okay, I'm checking it again.
Okay.
Money on your Kinja now.
So can you mute yourself, please?
Yeah, I click on the entire screen. It's not sharing yet. I'm not sure why.
Okay.
The share functionality is not responding. I'm not sure why.
Oh. Okay, just hold on, please.
No problems.
I've made you a presenter already, so just wondering why. Yeah, even on the list of the presenters. Can you log out or something and log in again?
Okay, should I leave the meeting and then join again?
Maybe you should do that. Maybe you should do that, please.
Okay, let me quickly do that right now.
Because you are a presenter, so it should automatically allow you. While waiting for Aviola David to log in back again, if you have any comment about this section, about the previous sections, you can drop in your comment on the chat section. If you have any questions you wanted to ask, but because of the time, you could not ask, you can drop it, please. Thank you.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay, can you try again now?
Yes, I am doing that right now.
Okay, because it's showing you your name is on the list of the presenters.
Yeah. Yeah, I click on the entire screen and I click on the share button, the blue button, but it's not responding. I'm not sure why.
Wow.
That is strange. I click on the share button.
Can I jump in here? Are you sure you joined with the presenter's link or did you join just the normal way?
Yeah, I click on the join events. So
did you use the presenter, the unique link you got for the presenters?
Wait, let me check. I'm checking my mail quickly. You can
there's a link that you yes. So you're meant to get the link yesterday. It's for presenters.
Okay, let me just search for that quickly. Presenters.
If you check your email, you get a notification. Yes.
I'm checking. Oh, you can forward it for me. It will be in case if you have it quickly. I'm checking right now, Sean.
Okay. So
I'm checking my mails. I'm checking.
Just hold on, please.
No problem. I'm checking. Couldn't see the link. Are you there?
Yes, I'm still searching for it.
Okay, I'm also checking. Yeah.
Okay.
So what is the subject of the mail?
Subject of the mail. Just hold on, please.
No problem. I'm sorry about this.
No problem.
Checking my past mails. Oops.
The topic is Global Power Platform Bootcamp, Winnipeg
Okay,
2025.
global. Let me just search for global.
Yes, just search for global. You should see it.
Okay, Winnipeg. Right. So I can see the mail tray you sent.
No, not the mail tray now. It's separate.
Yeah, separate. I'm checking. Yeah, you're invited as a speaker.
Yes, I think that should be it.
Okay, to present. Okay, I think that's what I click on. Yeah. Okay, let me just exit and let me sign go out and join again. All right.
Okay, check your LinkedIn. I will send you your own unique link to join.
Please do, and LinkedIn is much better. I'm on LinkedIn right now. So
okay. I will just check your LinkedIn and you'll see it.
Yeah, I'm checking it right now.
Yes.
So let me just exit. I've seen the link. Let me just leave and then join.
Okay. Sorry about that, everyone. If you have questions, drop your questions, please. Any comments, you can drop your comment also.
Hello, I'm back.
Okay.
Let me.
Can you try and share your screen now?
Yes, entire screen share. Yeah, I still click on the share screen. It's not responding. I'm not sure why.
Why?
I'm not sure why. This is strange. Okay, I'm coming.
Okay.
Okay, can you see my screen now?
Yes, it's coming up. Yes, we can see your screen now.
Okay, I'm trying to share the entire screen, but I don't know why it's not coming up because. Okay, let me just go because of time so that we don't have to dwell too much on that. Okay, so I would have loved to share some slide and then just move across that. So my name is Abiola David, and I will be talking about data engineering on Fabric SQL Server. So basically, I do a lot of videos and tutorials on Fabric, data engineering, Databricks, and so on and so forth. So basically, as much as possible, those who are willing to join or become data engineer, this is going to be for you. And probably if you're a data analyst, this is also for you somehow. So now I'm going to show us how we can create different kind of workloads in the Microsoft Fabric platform. Now we have things such as the Fabric warehouse, we have the Fabric SQL database, we have the Power BI, we have the real-time intelligence, and so on and so forth. So now I'm going to quickly use this workspace. Now workspace allows us to store all our workloads and then interact with them. We can share them, we can do some stuffs. Now I'm going to click on this new item. So I'm going to start by creating what's called the SQL database. So I'm going to search for the item in this filter by item tab. And I'm going to search for SQL database. And we can see this is currently in the preview. Now, the preview, as you know, simply means this is not fully generally available to all users. So this is just in the early stage. So I'm going to click on that. And then it's going to prompt me to create a new SQL database. Now, this SQL database is built and is similar to what we have in the Azure SQL database and also the traditional on-premise SQL server that we use in the management studio. So I'm just going to call this one Power Platform. Power Platform database. Let me just use DB. And then I can click on the create button. So as soon as I click on that, so this is going to provision the SQL database. And once you have a database, of course, you have to find a way to land or load data into the database. And then once you have data loaded, that's an upstream. Once you have data loaded, then you can start building reports. You can create all kinds of things based on the data. Now, this is a Power Platform DB database created, and it is similar to what we have in the SSMS, the SQL Server Management Studio. So we can say I can click on this, and then we can see the default database owner DBO. Now, we have some couple of options that we can use to ingest data into the newly created SQL database. We can use the sample data, which is connected to the traditional data in the SQL Server. And then we can also use the data flow gen tool, which is similar to the Power Query in Power BI and also in Excel. And then we can use the new data pipeline, which allows us to orchestrate data using data pipeline resource. And then we can use the T-SQL and we can use the connection string. Now I'm going to just focus on this, maybe 3 of them today, if time permits me. Now let's see how we can ingest data into this data flow. Now, unfortunately, I'm not able to share my entire screen because I've got some file I would have loved to show you so that I don't, I'm not sure why I'm not able to share the entire screen. So let me share that, check that again. Because I want to share more than just my browser and window. Okay, let me go to here. I'm not sure why the entire screen is not coming up. Okay, so let me quickly just share the screen and then I'll walk you through. Okay, so in this case, I'm on my local laptop and I've got lots of files in here. So basically, I'm going to click on this sales 2015 to 2023 that contains a bunch of CSV files. Now, if you know how to use Power Query as the last presenter has shown us, it is much easier to get all this data into the Power Query, and then you can append the data, you can transform the data, and then you can load the data into the Power BI, create your data model, create your calculations, and then you can create your visualization, and then you publish your report, and then you consume. But it's a little bit different in the Microsoft platform, Fabric platform. Now, I'm going to quickly show you one of these files. I'm not sure whether I can see the content, sales 2015.csv. In this case, I've got how many columns? Like 5 columns. I've got the year, region, subcategory, product, and sales. I'm going to close this. Now, my goal is to look into this folder on my laptop, this sales 2015 to 2023, and then I'm going to logically read and append all the files, and then we're going to write into my SQL database. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to quickly stop sharing again, and I need to go back. Let me share the screen again, and I want to go to the SQL database. So Windows browser. Okay, so I'm going to come back here. We can say we have this. Now, first, I want to create a table that is going to hold data coming through the data flow gen tool. So in the SQL database, I can click on this new query, and it's going to open the standard query editor that we can use to write our T-SQL code. So for example, I want to create a table. I'm just going to do create table, and I'm going to call this one Power Platform table. And then I can use the standard create method. So I'm going to first create the year column. So for the year, we're going to use the appropriate integer data type. So I'm going to type in the int, put in the comma, and the second column should be region. Yeah, I think that's correct. So I'm going to type in region, and then we're going to use the variable character of a specific length, so varchar. And then let me just use like 20 and close the bracket, put in a comma. The next column should be subcategory. So I'm going to type in subcategory, and I'm going to use the varchar data type. And for this, I'm going to use 50 length. And then the next one should be, oops, this is subcategory. So category, all right. And then the next column should be, let me just check in the file. That should be, okay, let me just check quickly. Okay, yeah, so region, subcategory, product, and sales. Okay, so I need to create the products and the sales table. So I'm going to type in products and varchar of 50 length is fine for the product. And then we need the sales column. So these are columns, as you know, and I'm going to use the integer data type and close the bracket, put in a semicolon. Let me just call this one, I'm not sure. Okay, let me just call this one sales just to speed things up. So we have this create table statement, and I can select all of this and then run the code. So we're going to see that it's going to be submitted, and now it is executed, and it succeeded in 1 second, 453 milliseconds. And I can just query to see the structure of the newly created table. So we can use the create, select star from sales and put in a semicolon, control enter. Okay, select star. Okay, let me see why sales. And let me run this. Okay, so we can see we have the year, region, subcategory, product, and the sales column. Now, this is cool. So we have the destination table ready. Now, we can go on and ingest data into the newly created table. Now, I'm going to come back to this workspace level, and then I can create a new item. So I'm going to click on this new item. Of course, we can also create it directly from the SQL database. So I'm going to search for data flow Gen 2. And then we can see we have data flow Gen 1 and Gen 2. So I'm going to use the Gen 2. And then I can just leave this name because of time and click on the create button. Now this is going to provision the data flow. Now the data flow is useful if you have data that you want to transform. Now, for example, if you're looking at maybe taking the DP 700 examination, they might actually ask you this kind of question. So we use data flow specifically for data transformation. So if your goal is just to move data, that is to ingest without transformation, you can use the data pipeline. But if you have to transform your data, we highly recommend using the data flow, which is similar to the Power Query Online or the Power Query desktop in Excel. Now, I'm going to click on this get data, just like, and click on the more option at the bottom. And I'm going to search for folder. And when I click on this folder, now we're going to see this data gateway that's required. Now, because of time, I'm going to quickly show us how we can set up a data gateway. I'm going to cancel this, and I'm going to close this for now, and I'll return back in a moment. Now, to install Data Gateway, which is an on-premise platform that allows you to get data on your local laptop, you have to click on this download, and then we're going to see this Data Gateway. Click on that, and this is going to launch in a separate tab. So we can see it connects to on-premises data sources with Power BI Gateway. So we have two types. We have the standard mode and the personal mode. Now, we highly recommend using the standard mode. So once you click on this is going to be downloaded to your downloads, and I can go to your downloads, just click on the prompt, follow the prompt, and then you install it on your laptop. So once you install it, you're going to see something like this. So I've done this already because of time. So we have this Data Gateway, Cornerstone Analytics, Power Platform Bootcamp is online and ready to use. So once this is sorted, we can now move to the data flow Gen 2. So I'm going to come back here. All right. And I'm going to click back on the get data, and I'm going to search for the folder connector. So folder. And then now we have the folder on-premise and the folder in the SharePoint. So click on this, and then we're going to provide the folder path. And then we're going to also provide the connection. Now, if you don't know how to go about this, this can be quite a challenge for you. But I'm going to click on this for now. I can see my on-premise data gateway, Cornerstone Analytics Power Platform Bootcamp. Now, I need to set up the connection, the folder path, and then the connection. So what do? I'm going to close this for now. And I'm going to once again close this window and close this window. And I'm going to go to my folder on my laptop. I'm going to open it up, just copy the path. Unfortunately, I can't be switching between the window because of the inability to share the entire screen. So once I copy the path, I'm going to come back here and go to the web URL. And then I'm going to click on the settings here. In the settings, we have what's called Manage Connections and Gateways. So when I click on that, I'm going to say the on-premises data gateway in this location. So this is active, and you can see this is one. Now, I'm going to click on these connections. And then when I click on this connection, I'm going to create a new connection. Now, because of time, I'm not going to go through what doesn't work and what works. I'm going to just go to the what works because of time. So let me stop sharing. And I want to show you something again. I'm going to come back here and share again. And let me share the window. Okay. Okay, so as I've mentioned, these are the data we want to ingest. Now, this is not going to work because this data is actually within my outermost folder, like on my desktop. Even if I put it in the downloads or in the document, it's not going to work. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come back to this folder here, and I can see the original folder and the outermost folder. Now I'm going to Control-C to copy this entire folder, and I'm going to go to my C drive. Okay, that's what works now. Go to the C drive, and I'm going to go to my users account, which is my personal account, and then I want to go to Abiol, which is my specific account. Now I'm going to just right click and paste the copied folder. So we can see we have the sales 2015 to 2023. Now this is what's going to work in the Power Query online. So once I have this data here, I can just go right into the folder. I can see all the files since 2015 to 2023. I can click on this open space, and I can see the path of the full part of the folder. So I'm going to copy this into the clipboard, and then I'm going to stop sharing, and let me go to my browser. Let me share again, and I want to share my web browser now, and come to the Windows. Okay, so click on share. So now I am back to the web browser. Now I'm going to click on the fabric, and then I want to create a new connection to my C drive that contains all the sales data. So click on this new option, and then we have these three connections. We have the on-premises, virtual network, and the cloud. Now, because we are connecting to data on local, that is on-premise, I'm going to stick with this default, and then I'm going to choose my cluster gateway that we created using the data gateway, and I'm going to call this one folder connection. Now, you can use whatever name you like in order to establish connection. And then I'm going to choose the connection type. Now I'm going to click on this, and then we have options such as the address and so on and so forth. I'm going to scroll down and look for folder. So I can say folder here, click on that. And then I'm going to paste what I copied into the clipboard into the full path. Control-V to paste. Now for the authentication, we have the Windows. So I'm going to click, move that a little bit, click on the skip test connection. This is not required. And then for the privacy level, I'm going to click on this organizational and choose none. As soon as I choose none, we're going to see that all the stars around the authenticator method will disappear. So click on this none. Okay, there we go. So we can see we have the username and password sorted. Now I'm going to click on create, and I can scroll up. I can see the connection to my on-premise folder is now created. So I can close this for now, and I can see that here. Cool. Now we can go back to the data flow Gen 2 and establish connection. So I'm going to come back here to my workspace, click on the data flow one, and then I can click back on the get data, more option, and I'm going to search for folder so I can see that again. Click on it, and then for the folder path, I'm going to paste what I copied again. It's still in the clipboard. Now we have this automatically picked up using the Cornerstone Analytics Power Platform Data Gateway. Just go ahead and click on Next. Now, as soon as you click on Next, this is going to move to the intermediate stage where we can see all the data. So, yeah, it's going, okay, oops, there's an error. Okay, let me see. Okay. All right. Okay, let me see it. Okay, let me click on Next again. It should work. Okay, okay, this is returning an error. Let me check my browser, my local file. So this is my C drive, username, Abiol. Okay, let me just paste it outside this context. Okay, I'm gonna cut it. Control A. And let me just paste it here. I think, yeah, it's gonna work around here. Okay. So, sorry, just a moment. User, okay. All right. Okay, let me just do that again, and I'm back to the browser. And okay, let me just close this Power Query Online and go back to the Manage Connection Gateway. So I have to delete this and recreate. I can see that it's actually dumped in a different location. So click on New again. I'll choose the cluster. I'm sure you can see my screen. If you can see, let me know, please. Let me just call this one folder, and I can move to the next connection type and set for folder. All right, and I'm going to paste the path. I just copied that again from another location. Skip test connection, choose none for the privacy level, click on create. Okay, so this is now created, and I can go back to the workspace, click on data flow 1 and get data, more option, and set for the folder and paste that again, click on next. Yeah, I think this should work. Okay, yeah, there we go. So as soon as you get to this stage, yeah, we can see the preview of the data in that folder. So we can see all the files in form of binary, and then we have all these metadata columns. So I'm going to just click on combine. So this is going to automatically invoke some steps in the Power Query editor and combine all the files as a single flat file. Afterwards, then we can go on and load into a destination that is the SQL database. So we can see we have this combined file. This is just a sample using the first file. So I'm going to click on create because our source data is CSV file, the comma separated value. So we can see the bunch of steps invoked by the Power Query in order to append all the files as a single flat file. Cool. Now we can see we have this sales 2015 to 2023. I can click on this first column, which is a metadata column, and then we can see when I load my option, we can see 2015 to 2023. Cool. Now I'm going to get rid of this first column, right click and remove columns. And then we have the year to the sales column. So this is how we can read the data from a folder in our local laptop that is on-premise. So once we have this sorted, now I can create the dimension table. I can also create calculations. For example, let's say I want to create total sales by product. I can just come to this query. I can right click. I can duplicate the query. I'm just going to create a copy of that query. I can right click and I can rename. I'm going to call this one sales by product. Oops. Okay, yeah, sales by product, and press enter. Now to create an aggregation that is the group by, it's so easy. So I'm going to just click on this product column. I'm going to right click, and then there's an option to group by. So click on that. And I'm going to be grouping by the product categorical field, and then I'm going to call this one sales. So sales, and then for the operation, I'm going to choose the sum aggregate function, and it's going to be based on the sales numerical column. So numerical column and the categorical field here. So click on OK. So this is going to give me the total sales by product, so we can see. So we have the total sales by product, which is absolutely cool. Now, in this case, we want to go ahead and load this data into our SQL database. And in this case, we've done some transformation. Now, this is where it works. And this is why it's a little bit different for the Power Query in Excel and also in Power BI desktop. Now, in here, we have to choose what's called the add data destination here. So you can see here at the top. And then we also have the same thing here at the bottom here. So I can click on this add data destination, and then we have 5 destinations we can send this data to. We can send it to a lakehouse, warehouse, SQL database, Azure SQL database, and the Azure Data Explorer that is optimized for keystroke query language stuff. So in our case, we want to focus on the SQL database. I'm going to click on this, and then we have this connection. I'm going to click on this to sign in into my account, and I'm going to pick my account from the Enter ID. So select. And this is going to automatically create the connection for me. Cool. So we have this is sorted. And I'm going to click on the next at the bottom. And then we should have connection to the SQL database. Amazing. Now, in our case, we can choose a new table. We can allow the Power Query Online to create the table for us. But in order to have control, you can create your table. Now, because we've created the table, I'm going to click on this existing table. And then I'm going to go to the name of the workspace. Now, the workspace is Power Platform. So I'm going to set for that here, Power, that's enough. And I can see that here. Expand the table. And then we can see the SQL database here. So I'm going to expand the database. And then we can see the table we created is sales. table we created. Click on that, and you can see this table do not contain any rows, any data. So I'm going to click on next to connect to that table we created. And then in the choose destination, now we have two options for the update method. We can replace. Now replace simply means it's going to be deleting once a new data is coming into the SQL database, all the existing data will be deleted. But if I want to choose append, so that is going to retain all the data and then add, that is stack all the new data on top. So I'm going to go with the default replace, and then for the color mapping, source color mapping. Okay, I'm going to choose, pardon me. I'm actually connecting to another table. Sorry, let me just cancel this. Let me do it on top of this entire columns and choose the add to the SQL database. And I can click on next, and then I can choose the existing table. Okay, and then I can set for the Power Platform workspace. And I'm going to expand the folder that is containing the SQL database. And then I can expand the database, and I can expand. I'll click on the sales table and click on next. So I'm going to maintain this default, click on save settings. And then we have the source columns and the destination. So this is automatically mapped. Now I'm going to also click on this transformed sales by product. Now, as soon as you map your data to a destination, it's going to be italicized. So you can see this is italic. So I'm going to click on this that is not italic. I'm going to add the same destination. So add SQL database. Maintain the same connection data destination. And then I'm going to use the new table here. This is going to create the table for me within that Power Platform workspace container. So click on that. And then I want to choose the same destination. And I can maintain this name as the name of the column. Let me just change the name. Let me just put in underscore, because it's a good idea to put in underscore than to just use space. Okay, so we have the sales by product, and then click on next. So click on next. All right. So we have the two data mapped. Now we can, let me just check again. All right. Okay, you can see this is now grayed out, and then this is now grayed out. Cool. Now we can click on publish now. So we have option to publish now or publish later. So I'm going to publish now, and this is going to automatically pick all the transformation in the Power Query Online, that is the data flow gen tool, and then load into the SQL database. And once it is loaded, we can go on and query in the semantic model. We can build Power BI report. We can also create some SQL queries using the new T-SQL language. So we can see there's an icon here that is going on. So this is going to be spinning, and it might take a while. So once it is loaded, I'm going to click on this ellipsis, and then we should see all this enabled. The delete, edit, properties, and so on and so forth should be enabled once it is fully ingested. And once that is sorted, we can move to the next part. So in the interim, if there's any questions, we can please ask. If there's anybody with any questions, we can ask.
Thank you so much, Abiola. Is there anyone here with any question so far?
Yeah.
You can drop your question in the comment section.
Okay. So as that is going on, I'm also going to show us how we can get data from other data platforms like Snowflake, Databricks, Google Cloud, that is BigQuery, and so on and so forth. I'm going to just focus on the Snowflake, how we can use the data flow to ingest data into the same SQL database. Now, I'm going to just, let me check. I think this is still spinning. Okay. So let me quickly walk you through this. Now, I've got a database, a warehouse database schema that contains a table in this Snowflake data platform. So I'm going to quickly go to the data. So when I go to the data, I can see I've got DP700 database, and I'm going to expand this database, and I've got a schema. This is just objects, and I've got table, and I've got in the table a sales table. So let's say I want to just query this. I can click on this option here. Okay, let me do that from here. Home tab. I want to create a new SQL workbench. Click on project and click on this plus sign. Okay. So I'm going to just perform a simple select star. Select star from, I can call the name of the table. Okay, sales. All right, and let me run this. Okay, oh, sorry, I need to use the, oops, Okay, let me quickly check this and I'll come back to that. I think this should be ready. Okay, so we have the data ingested. So I can click on the refresh history and then we can see the succeeded status. Cool. Now I'm going to close this and then we can go back to the SQL database and then check it out. So I'm going to click on the refresh. It's a good idea to refresh. And then I'm going to expand the schemas, expand, and I can see the table here, and there we go. So we have the sales table. I can right click or click on it. I can even right click and then create a 1,000 rows, and there we go. So we have the data ingested into the SQL database. So this is just a simple data engineering. Data engineering is all about, among many other things, you have data maybe in a repository, maybe in a lake house or in a location, and then you pick the data into, or you ingest the data into a location that is the warehouse ready for downstream analysis. So we have this data. I can right click on this and select the 1,000 rows, and then we can see the total sales by product that we created, which is super easy. Now, what about if I want to create a Power BI report on top of it? Because Power BI is actually built as part of the Microsoft Fabric ecosystem. It's super easy. Now, you can click on this SQL database, and for some unknown reason, I'm unable to switch to the SQL database, the SQL analytic endpoint, but no worries. I'm going to come here and then I'm going to see the SQL analytic endpoint. So click on it from here. This is going to work. And then we can go ahead and build our Power BI report on top of the data. So again, I can expand the DBO and I can expand the table, and then we can see the sales. I can even refresh. There should be two tables, not one table. There we go. We have the two tables. Cool. Now, how do we create Power BI report? It's super easy. So I'm going to click on the reporting tab here at the top. And then I'm going to click on the new reports. So click on this new reports. And then we have the option to manage the default Power BI semantic model. We have two tables. We have the sales that contains all the columns, the year, product, subcategory, region, and the sales column. And then we have the sales by product with two columns. So I'm going to click on this manage default semantic Power BI semantic model. I'm going to expand this. I can expand the table. I can see the sales table we need. So click on that only, and then click on confirm. So this is going to automatically launch the Power BI service within the Microsoft Fabric ecosystem, and we can start building our report. There we go. So this is the Power BI Online, and then we can see the table, just like we have on the desktop versions. Now let's want to see total sales by region, or let's say sales by year. Now, just like this is going to, when I drag this year into this canvas, this is going to automatically create what's called an implicit measure. If you know Power BI to that, you should probably know the implicit and explicit, and it's going to automatically summarize all the value in the year column, because these are numbers and the data type is integer data type. So we don't want this year to be summarized. In other words, we want to get rid of this sigma sign. How do you do that in the Power BI? Now, it is easier to do in the Power BI desktop, but in the service, it can be quite a challenge if you're not familiar with this environment. Now, I'm going to quickly, I'm going to save this report. Let me just press save and just call it report and save it onto the same workspace. Now, I want to transform that from the sigma sign to none. So I'm going to come back to the very SQL data analytics, and then I'm here. So you need to go to the model layout at the bottom here. I'm sorry, I'm rushing. So in the model layout, we're going to see all the tables here at the bottom. And then you can scroll to the right, and then we can see the sales table and the sales by product. Now, I'm going to click on the year column to be specific, and then we can see on the properties pane to the right-hand side, I'm going to scroll down to the bottom, and then we can go to the format. That should be, no, we have to go to the advanced, and then I'm going to choose the none. So you can see the default is summarize, right? Sum. I'm going to choose none, don't summarize. So click on none. So that's how we can instruct the engine not to summarize all the values in the year column. So I'm going to come back to the Power BI report here, and I'm going to click on the edit, and let me just delete this. Now, next time I drag the year to the canvas, there we go. We can see the sigma sign is off, and then we can see the list of year. Instead of being summed, we can see the list of the year, which is cool. And I can drag this sales column, which is going to create an implicit measure, and then we have the total sales by year. What about if you want to create measures? How do we do that? It's a little bit tricky here also. Let me show you. I'm going to click on Ctrl S to save, come back to the SQL analytics endpoint, And then I'm back here in the same model layout. I'm going to come now. Don't worry about this. The caution sign is just one of the problems with the fabric thus far. So I want to create measure. Now, how do you do that? Click on the table. You want to create the measure on this, and you can right click, and then there's an option to create measure. So this is the only way we can create measure in the Power BI service as far as all these workflows are concerned, the only method. So click on this new measure. And let's say I want to see the total sales. I'm going to type it total sales, and I can use the sum function, and I can call the sales column. It's easier. I can close the bracket. I can press enter. Now, what about if I want to format the newly created measure in currency formatting? I can, of course, do that easily. I'm going to scroll down. You can see the total sales measure now included as part of the list in the table. Select that, and then I can come to the properties to the right-hand side. I'm going to scroll down. We have the format here, and then we have the option to choose the currency formatting that is created. Now, what about if I want to see the percentage of total sales? I can also do that. I can create a new measure. I'm going to click on this, right-click, create a new measure. And then to create the percentage of total sales, I'm going to just use the divide function. I'm going to call this one percent of sales. And I'm going to use the divide function. And I can, for the numerator, I'm going to call the total sales measure created, comma, Alt enter, and I can use the calculate for the denominator. So for the expression, I'm going to call the same total sales measure, total sales, comma, and then for the filter context, I'm going to use the all selected, and then this is going to be based on the table, which is the Power Platform, sales table. Or let me say that should be sales table. Okay, and okay, let me just use the all function. So, okay, all function, and let me use the sales table, and I can close the bracket. Let me just close the bracket, press enter, and it's going to create the percentage of sales for us. And how do we format? It's easier. I'm going to come here to the formatting, and I'm going to use the percentage formatting, and let's use all these measures in our calculation. So in our report, come back to this report, click on edit, and I'm going to get rid of this implicit measure, the sum of sales, and I can use the total sales, and this worked fine, can you see? And then we have the currency formatting, and then I can use the percentage of sales, and this gave us 100% at the bottom. So this is how we can create measures and so on in Power BI that is unique to the SQL database. So this is how we can use the data flow to ingest data. Now let me quickly move to the next part, and let me show you how we can use the data pipeline rather, to ingest data. So I'm going to go to the same SQL database, and then I can use the get data option, and I want to use this time around the data pipeline. So I'm going to use the same name, data pipeline 1, and then in the data pipeline we can go ahead and create the copy data activity, and then we can provide all the parameters to establish connection to our what's called Snowflake. Now, okay, let me come back to the Snowflake, and let me come to the, okay, let me just use one of the stuff I used not too long. Okay, yeah, let me open this. Okay, so this is the warehouse. I've got the database and so on and so forth. Let me just query this sales data table. And in this case, I've got this and columns, the order year, product, and so on and so forth. Now, let's say I want to actually get this data into the database. In order, I want to do data migration. So it's so easy. I'm going to come here. So we have the copy data activity. Now I'm going to cancel this. I don't like to use the UI. So we have to build a data pipeline to organize and move your data. So I'm going to click on this pipeline activity. Click on that. And then we have the copy data. The copy data is one of the activities that allows you to copy data from one location to another. So we have this in the canvas of the data pipeline. And then I'm not going to bother about changing the name under the general tab. I'm going to just go to the source. So we need to pick the data from the source. Now I'm going to click on this connection, and then I want to get the Snowflake data connector. So I'm going to search for Snowflake and create that. And we need the server and the warehouse name. Now for the server, if you don't know how to use Snowflake, it's so easy actually. So I'm going to come back here, and then I can copy. Now this is my server. I'm just going to copy this path, including this path with this / control, or let me just use the another method. I'm going to come here, to my profile. I want to come to my account, and I can see this account being used. I've created so many accounts, and I can copy everything from here. Okay, copy it and come back here. I can Control V to paste. Now, I don't need this HTTPS, so get rid of it, delete. So just need all of this, and then I can see where my Snowflake is provisioned, which is UK South, and this must end with snowflakecomputing.com. And then for the name of the warehouse, I'm going to come back here and copy the DP700 underscore warehouse, Control C, and I'm going to paste here, Control V. And then now we don't need the data gateway because this is a cloud solution, not an on-premise. So the data gateway is not required for anything cloud. So for the authentication kind, I'm going to provide my username and password. Now, when you sign up on Snowflake, you're going to create your username and password. So I'm going to show you how to do that. I'm going to come here and I'm going to go to my account. I can go to my profile here, and I can see my username, Abiola101, Control C. I'm going to come back here and paste. Excuse me. And then I'm going to type in my password. So let me type in password and click on connect. So let's say this should give us a successful connection. Okay, I think I use a different password. So let me just use this. And let me click on connect. Okay, yeah, it worked. So I'm able to successfully establish connection to my Snowflake database. So I'm going to click on test connection, and this should work fine. So we need to proceed to pick the data from the specific database. So I'm going to click on this drop down, and I can see the DP700 database, which is the same thing as what we've got here. Let me close this. Okay, so can you see a DP700 database? So I can just pick that. Okay, select this, and I'm going to pick the table, which is the sales table. So I'm just going to wait for a couple of maybe seconds. There we go. So we can see we have the two namespace, the name of the schema dot the name of the table sales. And then we can go to the destination tab. And then for the destination, I want to land it also in my SQL database, this same one here. So click on this, and then I can choose the more option at the bottom. In the more option, we can see in the One Lake catalog, I can see the Power Platform DB SQL database type. So click on that to select. Okay, it's connection. Oh, okay, it's telling me. Okay, I think it's not going to allow me to use that. Okay, I think it's going to work. Yeah, let me create an auto table. So I'm going to create a new table, an automatic table. I can use an existing one, but I'm going to create a table with this. I'm going to call this one Snowflake as the schema name. And I'm going to call this sales as the table name. And let me click on validate. So when I click on validate, we can see no error to display. Now, I'm going to quickly come here. In the settings, we have what's called enable staging. In the past, when Fabric was released, it was a bit difficult to get data from the Snowflake, but now it has been simplified and things are much straightforward. So the enable staging is automatically enabled. Enable staging is automatically turned on. So if you're taking an examination, the DP700, you might see a question on this particular stuff. In my examination, I saw a question on this, but because I've used this several times, I know exactly what it means. So this must be enabled in order to proceed. Otherwise, it's not going to work. So this is fine. And I can click on the run. I can save and run the job. And it's going to start gathering all my changes. And then it's going to provision the pipeline to run. So we're going to see that in a moment. I believe this should, okay, yeah, it failed. I think I know the reason why. The reason is because this is actually different. It's connected to my on-premise. Let me just quickly create another one just to demo that. Let me call this one Snowflake. And yes, so this should create the SQL database. I was a bit skeptical it's not going to work because it's actually connected to the on-premise before. So let me create this new one, and let's see. This should be ready in a moment. Okay, done. Okay, I can come back to the pipeline. I can go back to this copy data, come to the destination. I can get rid of this, yes. And let me choose the one I just created, which is the Snowflake in the One Lake catalog. There we go. Whoops, which? Well, I'm not sure why it's giving me this. It shouldn't be connected to the. Okay. Oh, all right. Let me just Snowflake. Let me see whether this is going to work. I'm not sure why it's using my on-premise again. Validate, run. Okay, let's see. Let me see whether it's going to run. It should run anyway. It should be successful. Okay, it's failing. I think it's because of the on-premise that is associated with that connection. Okay, now, before I just wrap up, I'm going to come back here. And so let's say I want to share, I would just forget about this because of time, so I don't want to be wasting time on too much on that, but it should work. I actually did a video on this some few days ago. It worked. I'm not sure why it's not working. Now let's come to data sharing. Now let's say I want to share this data, maybe this report with another user in my organization. Now I can do that and grant some privileges. I'm going to come to this browser. I've got another account that I created in the name of my son. So I can say Enoch at cornerstone.com, and I'm going to come to the main one here. So this is one here. So let's say I want to share this Power BI report. I can click on this share functionality, and then I can choose the name of the recipient. I can call the entry ID. I'm going to type in the Enoch, and then I can select and click on send. Now this is going to send, and then the person is going to get an email and open the Power BI. What about if I want to share my SQL database? I can click on this. And now, in this case, we have some additional privileges or permissions. Now, I can choose the name of the user. I can call the same person Enoch. And then I can choose either to allow them to read all data using the SQL database. Yes, if I want them to read. So this is what's called permissions. And then I can also choose if I want them to read all data using the SQL database endpoint. So this is just SQL database, not the endpoint. Yeah, I can allow them to use this. I can also allow them to build reports on top of it, and then I can notify them. So these are just some permissions. I'm going to click on save. So as soon as I save that, we can say this has been successfully granted. And let me come back to this side. I'm going to refresh this. Once I refresh, I can go to the One Lake, click on this One Lake, and then I can set for the item I shared. I think the name is Power Platform. So I'm going to come here. I'm going to search, in this box. I'm going to search for power. I think that's enough. And there we go. Can we say, so because I shared the semantic model, the SQL database, and the SQL analysis endpoint, this person is able to see all of this. And then the person can build reports on top of the semantic model. They can query using the SQL analytic endpoint. Now, what about if I want to take the permissions away from them? I can do that. I'm going to come back to the master, that is the admin account. I can go to this ellipsis, and we have option called the manage permissions at the bottom here, manage permissions. And I can see those who have direct access to the item. So I can say Enoch Abiola. Now I can see all the permissions. I can click on this ellipsis. I can remove some, I can remove all. Let me remove all the access. So remove access and click on refresh or remove access. So we can see this has been removed. And when I come back to the other side, and I'm just going to refresh maybe twice. And let me just refresh one more time just to make sure that it has synced in. And I'm going to search for that Power Platform again. So when I search for that, can you say it is gone? Now I'm just waiting for this to, once I refresh one more time, I shouldn't see that semantic model. And let me search for this power again. Okay, I think I can always get, but we have the SQL database turned off, and then we have the other one turned off. So these are some of the stuff we can do for managing our data. Now, finally, I'm going to show us how we can connect to our SQL database from the VS Code editor. I'm going to launch my VS Code, which is an IDE that we use for a lot of development. And let me quickly, first, we have to install what is called the database, the SQL server from the extension. So this is already done. Because of time, I've got this SQL server connector already established. So let me quickly show you how we can connect. Because if you're taking the examination, you might come across that kind of question. So I've got this. Let me go to the Power Platform here. Okay. So let's say I want to actually see all this table and all other objects in my VS Code. Now there's an option. I'm going to go back to the SQL database itself. We have this open in the VS Code and the SQL Server Management Studio, the SSMS. So I'm going to choose the Visual Studio, and then we have this server name, database name, and we can download. I'm going to just open in VS Code editor, and I'm going to allow this to be opened. So this is going to automatically launch my VS Code, and I'm going to allow the connector to access the URL. So click on open. Okay, so we have this connect to SQL Server. I'm just going to call this one my connection. This is the simple one. And then for the input type, we have the parameter, we have the connection string, and so on and so forth. I'm going to stick with the parameter because of time. And then we have the server name, which is automatically populated. I'm going to click on trusted server. This is trusted. And I'm going to use my entry ID, my email address. I can pick that here. I can say Abiola David, use this. And then I'm going to click on sign in to establish connection. And I'm going to see this option to select the account. Click on that. And this is going to tell me your account was added successfully. Cool. I'm going to come back here and click on connect. I'm just going to connect to my SQL database. And there we go. Amazing. Let me just close all these. Let me close all of these, my other ones. Okay. Okay. So we can see we are able to establish connection to the database. Now I can expand this table, and then we have the database owner, sales, and the product, which is absolutely fantastic. Let's I want to see the content. I can right click. I can select 1,000 rows. And then at the bottom.
Sorry, Abiola. It seems we are seeing only one part of the browser.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I forgot.
Yeah, please, can you help us round up so that the next speaker can also...
Yeah. So,
Thank you.
Yeah, let me just do that in 2 minutes. I'm sorry, I didn't know you're not seeing my screen. I thought my screen is being shared fully.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so we have the data in here, and that's it. So this is my VS Code, and we can see the same total sales by product. And I can come to this sales by this one here. I can right click and select 1,000, and we have the data. So this is how we can also use the VS Code editor to also establish connection to our SQL database. So that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much. If there's any questions, we can take it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Abiola. You've showed us a lot of things today, from the VS Code to the Fabric environments, to creating a semantic model in Power BI, creating a report directly even from your warehouse. Very, very interesting. I think the only part we didn't touch today was the lake house, but don't worry. We're also going to find a day to invite you specially to come and deal with the Fabric Lake House. Thank you so much for your time.
No problems.
For those that don't know, Abiola is joining us from London, United Kingdom, for this program. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. We have to be fast at this time because of the other speakers that we want them to come in. Thank you so much for your presentation. It was fine. It was wonderful. People are going to go back to watch it. I'm very sure of that. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah. The next speaker we have now is Ahmed Abdusalam. Mr. Ahmed, if you are on the call, can you say hello to everyone?
Yes. Good day, everyone. Good afternoon, Canada people. Good evening, Nigeria. Evening too in UK, right?
Yes.
So thank you so much, Benga, for the invitation to be here today. I've joined since the morning, and then all the events, all the sections has been very, very wonderful. So please permit me to quickly share my screen.
We can see your screen now.
All right. So let me shut my camera down so that there won't be any issue with the network. All right. good day, everyone, once again. The topic of my presentation topic is basically how to discover, Microsoft Copilot in revolutionizing business operations across finance, sales, and operations in Microsoft Dynamics 365 Business Central. I know this topic looks so lengthy, right? And then somehow, for some people, they might be wondering why Business Central? What is the connection with Microsoft Copilot? What is the connection with Power Platform as well? But today, in many of the organizations that perhaps we must have worked with, probably as consultants or as even staff, right? There is usually a core business operations or business management solutions that most organizations uses today. Even all this, minor organization, all these little organization, they might use Excel. Excel is also a good tool to use. However, when we start seeing organization whose revenue basis is like, $50,000, $100,000, would definitely be seeing them wanting to use, highly sophisticated, business management solution. This could be from the point of, managing the entire finances, sales operations, and it could even extend to, solution in managing their customer relationship management, which is a CRM. But for today, what we're going to be looking at from the functional perspective is how Copilot can be used, by many organizations to streamline their operations across, finance, sales and operations using Dynamics 365 Business Central. So moving on, this is basically the agenda for today. I would briefly introduce myself, also give us a little background into why AI is even important and even more important for many businesses today. Also, in terms of the key features and capabilities of this solution and how it relates with Microsoft Copilot, we are going to be seeing all of those features. The business processes, the development and administration of this solution, the Copilot and then AI features. And then we're gonna touch base on some of the demo that actually gives us the business use cases of how Copilot can be used to streamline so many business operations. And then lastly, I know some of us may be interested in wanting to learn how this solution can work, right? I'm gonna be sharing some useful materials with us. Such that probably in our working place, if there is any need for us to have a discussion around how we can automate, some applications, even inclusive of the Power BI, how we can integrate with our core, ERP solution. It may not be Business Central, it may be others, but everything works with the same architecture. So we're going to be seeing all of that resources. So to say a little thing about myself, my name is Abdusalam. I'm a Microsoft certified trainer, and then I currently work with Reliance Infosystems as a Microsoft Dynamics 365 ERP manager. I've been in an enterprise, space for more than 7 years now, and then my major responsibility is to deploy or find solutions to complex business IT. Around finance, supply chain, operations, human capital, retail inventory, warehousing, using Dynamics 365 Business Central, Visual Studio Code, Power Platform, Copilot and Azure. So all of this technology put together, if we are able to, even learn the fundamentals of how they work, certainly, they would assist us in digitizing business operations in many organizations that as consultants we're working with, or even internally in our own organization, we can easily advise our management that let's use Power Platform, let's use Copilot to do these business operations. So this is my contact in case if at the end of the whole session, we may want to reach out to me either by mail or LinkedIn. I'm very much accessible. And then these are just the few certifications that I've obtained over the years. All right. To say a little, background around the topic, right? the topic seems to be a little bit, off from all the things that we've been saying since the commencement of the section today. Why do we decide to also ensure that we communicate business, right? We all understand that as technical consultants, right? Our major function is to digitize, is to bring about solution. But there is no really solution we are trying to bring if it doesn't have any business impact. It won't flow in any organization. It won't fly. The management will shut it down because they are not saying, economic importance of having to, let's say, want to deploy, a leave application, right? Or we want to deploy, even HR assistants we saw in the morning, right? There must be every just, cost benefit analysis why we needed to do some things, right? If it doesn't give them, if it doesn't communicate business, they are not likely going to, go with it. And this is also useful for us as consultants to say that, okay, I've done this, then I need to now start thinking of how to market, monetize my applications. Which, target solutions should I be using? Is it Business Central? Is it finance and supply chain? Is it, CRM? Is it, SAP? All of those, core ERP solutions being used by many organizations today, they have integratable endpoints at which we can boot in all our, Power Platform applications too, and even AI. So that is essentially why the topic is carefully chosen. All right. Today, we've seen that AI is no longer, a good tool. It is now an essential tool, right? Any organization that doesn't adopt AI today would continue to operate, manually, and they wouldn't want to, stay ahead of the competition. Excuse me. We've also seen, the use cases around AI where it has been able to streamline so many manual, processes, connect, so many teams together. We've been seeing where, HR is being connected to finance, finance is being connected to procurement, procurement connecting to, sales, and many other, departments we may have within an organization. So AI can make sure that all of these, departments, they harmonize, their business flows, flow together, and everything become more synergized. We have also seen today that for organizations to strive, right, into this business world, there is need for them to incorporate AI into their business management solutions. So essentially, that is what my presentation is all about today. The only thing that we may want to emphasize on this call is to use Dynamics 365 Business Central. So moving on, I would like to introduce what this, powerful business management application, what are the features, the capabilities at eye level, right? Number one thing, it is a cloud-based ERP application. We all know cloud-based, right? More like we've been saying Power Platform. Everything is online, right? We've been saying Azure, we've been saying, Power BI, all of these are even as common as our Microsoft productivity tools, right? They are all cloud-based. So in the roadmap of Microsoft is to ensure that all of these applications, they synchronize together on one particular platform, right? Which is basically on Azure. Whether, Microsoft 365 sitting on Azure Active Directories, or, Business Central sitting on, Azure SQL, or Power Platform sitting on Dataverse. All of these are connected together. And another thing is, it is highly adaptable and then feature rich. Excuse me, please, a moment. All right. Sorry about that, please. So the one of the powerful features of this application is the fact that it is feature rich, right? I will demo some of the features of this application to you and see how, the Power BI analyst, right? Mr. Biola, Mr. Benga, Mr. Obong, I see so many remarkable things that, you guys have done, how we can, integrate it with, Business Central, and for it to make a business sense to your, management, stakeholders, right? I'll also be showing us some of the core business functions that are centralizing in this application, how it supports, scalability, right? Many organizations today uses this. It may be one person, it may be two, people, right? The larger the, company, they can, continue to grow as the organization, grows, right? Another thing is it is customizable, right? And then one of these beautiful thing about it is the fact that you can even use the Power Platform, right? The Power Platform, leveraging Power Platform to customize it. You can develop AI Copilot using Copilot Studio, or even using, Visual Studio Code to develop your intelligent Copilot, right? You can also use the AI language, which is the natural language that Business Central is built with, right? So the next thing is it is very fast to implement and easy to configure. So at the end of today's session, we will be able to see how even we ourselves in our organization, we can simply,